Good morning, party people. Welcome. Happy Thursday. Terrific Thursday. We are going to have a great day together. So we have a great show for you today. We have, of course, Bull Barbie, and we also have Forrest, and we have a very special guest, Ace of Trades. Why don't we welcome in Bull Barbie and Forrest? Let's get this party started.
Let's go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Magnus. Good morning, Frenchy Trades, Trader MC. Say hello to all you guys. How's it going so far? Any trades?
I took a little short off of, so the price target on March, I think yesterday, we just smacked. So I had a resting short there. It was 21,857. We actually went almost up to 21,900. So I just reversed that. And that was like I don't know why there was a fast candle. I think you said Trump was talking to someone.
Yeah, so the news was Trump is having a phone call with the Chinese president. So there'll probably be some results of that coming later too.
Got it. So yeah, we wicked up, hit that PT, came down. So yeah, I mean, that was really yesterday's trade. Held that long through forever. Now, I mean, it's a little early to talk about now, but that's what I'm thinking about now. What to do now is I'm going to see if we're going to come down to this POC again here, retest 21,748, or if we're going to have another kind of bullish launch in the morning. The VP is skewed like a lowercase b, kind of, right? It's very light B shape. So the bias is lower. So we'll see. We'll see if we come down, retest this to another higher low and go higher, or what it wants to do here. ES, same thing, right? All of the volume is lower.
Look at that
so yeah,
node. Yeah. When I'm looking at your volume profile, I just see that big gap on your chart on your left.
Oh, here? Yeah. So this is low value here. That's where we went up before. So if we crack this low again, right, the beginning of this flag on the hires, 21,640, we'll come down and we'll come for 21,398 most likely. Let's go across this low value, then traverse this group of people here. But for now, I would expect us to come and retest and range a little bit in the morning before we launch. Otherwise, we'll have a very, very bullish morning. We're going to go for this 22,000 candle here. Let's go to the 1 week really quickly, see what our weekly candle is doing. It's pretty important. So on the weekly, we are up 500 points. So we could do some more damage for sure, right? We could definitely get to like the 860 point range. Come for this weekly high here, 22,011. Yeah, will not be surprising. But you can see we just swept last week's high, right? So last week's high was swept. There's another weekly high up there. Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities at this point. I could see us kind of just hanging out in this range or pushing or even smashing and putting in another top wick. We've had some nice top wicks on the weekly. So there are quite a few options for this open. I was expecting this price to get hit. I wasn't expecting it to get hit right now, to be honest. So don't really know. The timing was faster than I expected. So kind of need to be careful.
That's Trump for you.
Yeah.
He'll throw the wild cards.
We were all logging in, and then all of a sudden it was like massive candle. I was like, whoa. And then it just kept going. Yeah. What about for you, Bull Barbie? What are you kind of seeing, thinking on ES?
Well, this is the way I was kind of looking at it. And if you've traded with me before, especially like before the stream, I was always putting the market in a pink box of shame, which is basically like an area I'm not real interested in trading it. And so I have one there. It's pretty small, actually. It's really only 30 points or 25 points. So that's the good news on that. But I really want to get it out of this range. There is the bearish plan. We have support here, and we could start working back through. But I think the trading, if we do break to the lower side, is going to be a little bit trickier, just because there's all of these little levels and things that we've put in with all of this trading. We've done a lot of trading in this area. So there's a lot of little places that stops could be and cause the market to slow down or have a big reaction that's kind of unexpected. So
stops could be. Oh,
that. It's just going to be a matter of kind of working through all of these. On the upside, though, and I kind of like how this data candle went through and pierced through those highs, because now we kind of have a new target up there to look forward to. But that lets me it's making me think if the market is more willing to go up than down, maybe we do have some potential to break out to the upside. And if we do that, we had these highs around 608 before to watch. Now we have this new one at 6,016.50. And then my main target, and I've talked about this all week, past the 6,008, is still 60.30. So if we break out above the box of shame and can start tagging the 6,008, the 60.16, then I'm looking for the 30 level. Above that, I don't think I marked the 50, but there's like a psychological level here around the 60.50. And then I have a big level up around 60.80. So that's kind of the bullish scenario that I'm looking for, would be to tag those targets up there. And I am really watching. So the structure right now is higher. So that's what the other kind of point for the bulls is, the current structure is moving higher. And we were expecting this to be a lot of resistance up here, the previous week's high, and really where we'd had this big reaction and then rejected. That's really expected to have resistance there. And that's exactly what the market's doing. I do want to point this out, though. This is the daily. And I've been talking about, trying to work our way through this range, and it's been working really nicely. This on a swing trading plan, this has made my life so much easier. This structure was just really, really clear. But now we're up to the top of it. So that's another thing we need to look and see. Are we going to keep filling out this range a little bit or potentially break through? We did put in a doji yesterday, but we've already broken through that doji. So even though there was a doji kind of letting us know we could definitely kind of take one more little exhale here before climbing higher, there's still the possibility of climbing higher today.
Thank you. That was very informative. Who knows what can happen? We might climb higher. We might break down lower. One headline can send us up 2%. I mean, could be even
We're
more.
definitely squeezing. So yeah, if we can get moving, we can get moving. It'll be easier for the market to move up than down. That was part of the point I was trying to make with all of these little highs and things that could potentially be hiding stop orders and targets. It's going to be easier to move up, but we don't have that.
Barbie, can you show us the daily chart on ES? I was looking at it this morning and I could not believe. I mean, look at this. Like from those lows, it's barely any red candles. It's just been pretty much straight up, it seems like.
And this is where everyone was saying the world is ending.
Yeah.
While a lot of people were lowering their average on NVIDIA and Microsoft and everything. So this will happen again. We'll have some big scary downturn, and that's when you start to see the buying opportunities. So.
Yep.
The buying opportunities for like long-term holds or nice.
Yeah, but you can. I mean, so people get afraid of they think long-term, and then they're like, "Oh, it's not quick money. I'm going to ignore that." But I mean, NVIDIA was under $100. Microsoft was under $400. Those are really good returns from a month and a half on equities.
Even the whole patience thing is like, whether you wait or not, guys, like you will wait. Like the time is going to pass. So you might as well use it. That's what I always say. Like you're gonna, God willing or whatever you believe in, you're going to be here in 10 years. And that person in 10 years is going to wish that you did something today to hook them up. So yeah, don't be too short-sighted.
I remember, I vaguely remember when I was a teenager, someone telling me, you should start putting money into your your retirement accounts. And I was like, what are you talking about, retirement? It was when I was like, I don't know, 16, my first, few jobs as a teenager. And boy, do I wish I did that back then, right? Like even if it's just a few hundred every month. Not investment advice at all, just what I wish I had done. But yeah, it is smart, it sounds like, to have bought at those lows when it's the most scary. For some reason with trading, it seems like it's opposite. When it's the scariest, it's some of the best trades, like even intraday trading with day trading. to get a really good price. No one wants to buy when we've tanked a ton, and no one wants to sell when we've rallied a ton too.
It's true, but that's, I mean, after you see this a few times, you start to kind of figure it out. After you have the FOMO enough times, like, what, you got that for what? And especially if you just buy some like calls a few months out in situations like this, it's kind of hard not to make money sometimes. Yeah, if you tried to buy this one, you lost some money. I did try to buy this one, I lost some money, but then when I bought down here, I did not. So
yeah, once you've seen it enough times and experienced it, and then also once you've been short squeezed enough times,
yeah.
trying to sell some lows. So let's go ahead and look at pre-market. I can share my chart if you'd like.
What you got, Terry?
Here we go. So I did take this trade earlier. I took a trade here, it lasted a little bit, and then I was in 3 micros here, and just with the bracket order, and it just took it. It hit, which was nice. So sometimes it's just completely random. Like when I saw this, I was thinking, okay, I think the market's gonna come down some, and that's why I got in the short. And yeah, this was I believe a news candle came out here. And the nice thing about the bracket orders, it just does its thing. I didn't have to think about it. I had it on, and then I was getting ready for the show. This is that big headline news candle of Trump tweeting about the meeting. I liked what you said, Barbie, that there could be another headline coming very soon, if not today.
I would kind of expect there to, well, it could very well be today. So if he's having a call this morning, he doesn't sit around and wait. He'll go ahead and, let everyone know.
Yeah. So I just want to show you guys how big this candle was. It was something else. It just flew up less than a blink of an eye. 749.
Yeah, it was
low,
random.
right? The low of this candle is 21,754, and the high is 21,899. It's almost a 150-point candle. That's crazy.
144 points. That's a big candle.
Yeah. In less than a minute. This is a minute candle. So it looks like right now we're just around VWAP. Not much is happening. So we have non-farm payrolls tomorrow. Today could be kind of wicky, choppy, is kind of what I'm thinking. We'll see what happens. So I am planning on taking that 5-minute orb trade. Oh, it's lost 3 days in a row. Okay, so today is day 4. I've got to put it on though.
What are the odds on the orb?
It was high. It was so if you do the orb for the back test was like, I want to say 6-7 months, and it was on QQQ. For 1-to-1, it was, I want to say like 66 some percent. But not just the hit rate, but like you also have to look at the end, what percentage in profit are you? And and it was a good number. And then if you do a 50% take profit, the win rate was even higher. It was like, I want to say 70% or close to it. So I
got the highest win rate taking the target at half instead of
half.
But the stop at 1. And imagine I put that trade out there, the internet would break. But if you swap the risk to reward, it increases your probability, but it messes with the math of then you have to have 3 trades to get your profit back from 1 loss.
Yes. And that's doable as long as your win rate is high enough, right?
So that's part of why, like, I try to teach people to tailor strategies to their own needs, because some people just cannot stand taking the loss. So that's when you need to get the losses down, even though you're not going to be making as much profit potentially. So
so you guys, we have to set the bounty.
What
should we set it at?
How many?
Let's do likes. Let's focus on likes again. Let's ask chat. What are you guys thinking for the bounty for the first giveaway? Let's give away some stuff.
I think we can have a big day. What do you think, chat? Big day.
Someone said
I wanna see
400. Get out of here. What is guys? You're all
If you're gonna
veterans.
say
You've been
400,
here.
yeah, at least say 420, but we need to go higher than that.
Come on. Give me a real number.
I see 500. What are we at right now exactly? I'm only
93.
seeing 93.
93.
Okay. I see 420. I see 450.
Someone said 500. We got some 5s, some 7s. All right, we got some dreamers in the chat.
Oh, I see 700. Oh, is that 1 million?
Let's go. Okay.
Should we do 600? What do you guys think for the first one?
That works for me.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, let's set it at 600 likes, you guys. We are going to be ambitious today because it is Terrific Thursday. We are going to have an awesome day. All of us, everyone who's watching and listening, all of us, we're going to have a great day. So the first bounty is set. Maybe 1 million one day.
Yeah, I mean, I like everyone who's saying 10,000. Y'all have the right energy.
Right.
Yeah, that's super positive. Okay, everyone, hit the like button. Go and share the show on your social media with all your friends, family. Let's get those likes up. Make sure you hit subscribe if you haven't already. And a reminder that we do have the weekly sale. It is 20% off resets. Use code YouTube. So if you accidentally full ported or maybe you just had a really bad day, you can reset your Starter Plus account or your or your expert accounts for 20% off with code YouTube. So we are at about 8 minutes before market open, and the NASDAQ is up about 66 points. Barbie, the 15-minute orb trade has been looking really good. I wanted to switch. I wanted to switch from the 5 to the 15.
Well, you could, or you could trade both.
Well, what I was going to say, Terry, is statistically, since you've lost 3 in a row, you should be more likely for it to work out based off the odds that you've given out. We have not checked all of the. I'm sure there are many more caveats in there. You didn't list through all of them, right? But yeah, I mean, just do the math. Like it should hit.
It should. Exactly. So that's what we will hope happens today. I know hope is not a strategy. Someone said that to me. I'm like, yes,
it's not a strategy, but you can still hope. I don't know. You don't.
If you're ever in a trade, guys, and you feel like this is something when people tell me something like, I hope this works out. I'm like, you got to go flat. You got to go flat because obviously I know that's not what you meant, but this is like a perfect segue because people do this to me. Yeah, just go flat, guys. Like if you're hoping something works out, then you're not trading a thesis, and you just gotta go flat. It's better to just sim trade it, take notes. Markets open every day. Yeah.
So some people will do time stops, which I think is really interesting, because as humans we tend to hang on to losers, like losing trades. So if we have a time stop that, let's say it's like half of the time that our average winning trade is, like that kind of sounds like a good idea. I haven't done it myself, but I've heard of people doing that, and where you're forced to just cut the trade, right? Like, so it's so easy when you're trading discretionary to just hang on to those losing trades, hoping it's going to turn around. And like the market will play games with you. Like I mean, not for real games with you, right? But like in your mind.
And you're making up the game. This is like having a toxic boyfriend.
Yes, exactly. Like, because the market, like, let's say you're long and the market is going down and it keeps going down, and then the market, the price will start to climb back up. And you're like, ooh, it's turning around. And it's not. It's just like what's normal with the way price moves sometimes. Yeah, I like that. What you said, Forrest. If you're hoping, just get flat. Yeah. Why is it so hard to just like cut the trade?
I think it's something you got to like beat into your psyche. It's not even like I would say learning it is one thing, but it's kind of just like you just got to get beat up enough to where you just, at least for me, like eventually you just stop doing it. Like the thought, like when you like FOMO and stuff like that, like I don't have anymore, but that's because like has been beat into my psyche. Like I have made every mistake, guys. Okay, multiple times.
Mhm.
So so much so that eventually I was just like, you know what if I never did that again? So it's and everyone's path is a little bit different. Some people take longer. Like I said, I was not a natural. I was a slow learner, guys.
And like the more stubborn you are, I'm
I was
pretty
about to say
stubborn.
it's not on intelligence. I think it's more getting out of your own way and not being so stubborn that you can't.
Yep.
Yeah. And maybe it's like the mistakes. You have to experience some of the mistakes enough times that you just get sick and tired of it. Like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm tilting. Like these are the warning signs that what you need to do to walk away, or, yeah. Like there's that expression. What's the expression? Sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think you definitely hit that, and like I think that's part of the training process is you have to hit that.
Yeah, because like we can share all the information in the world, and if you're not in a place where you're ready to make that change, like then the likelihood of making that change in that moment is probably slim, which is okay. I don't know if you guys have heard about the stages of change, but there are different stages of change. Like change just doesn't happen overnight. Would you like to hear a quick rundown?
I would
of
actually
that?
love this.
Lay it on me.
Okay. Yeah. So there's, I want to say it's Prochaska stages of change. So this is a little bit of psychology that we can use with trading psychology. So when we make changes, a way to conceptualize it is there's like the pre-contemplation stage of change. Like you don't even know that you even need to make a change. And then there's contemplation. So now you're starting to think about it. And then there's like pre-planning. So you're starting to put together a plan. There's an action stage of change. So that when we think of making changes, that is the stage that we think like, oh yeah, that's what I have to do. But really there's all these other stages that we go through before we get to that point. So the action stage is like where we're actively changing things. And then there's like a relapse stage where, you might slide back. Like, let's say you lose some weight and then you start emotionally eating, stress eating. I'm not speaking from experience, okay? So that's kind of to give you a quick rundown of stages of change. What do you guys think about that?
It sounds correct.
Yeah.
Also just lived experience. It seems pretty on point.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So
And I think that like focusing on the self again, like we talk about this every day, but focusing on yourself is a massive edge in this market. It sounds crazy, but it is.
Yeah.
A massive edge as far as like knowing yourself and being aware.
In order to execute a trade, you have to be aware of yourself. Otherwise, are you a machine or a human? If you're a human, you have to be able to control your body and your mind and your emotions and all of that to be able to execute this, because we're trained that money is just, the end all be all, so valuable and all that. So, if the market moves $50 against us, like we start to freak out, like, oh, I just lost $50. Like, no, you didn't do anything yet. It's just a trade. It's just a trade. Like, this is a planned thing. That's why we have these rules and everything. And I think we get in our own way because then we're not thinking about the trade. We're thinking about the money and all that. And
and thinking about the right now, like wanting to win today instead of seeing the big picture.
I think we got 5 seconds for the market to open.
2,
Here we
1,
go.
and we're open.
We are open.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, 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 ding. So we are at about 77 points in the green in the NASDAQ, pushing higher. The last few days, we've really pushed higher.
We're in a bull market still in a bull market. So remember, guys, until the market proves otherwise, if you went long and held long enough, you would be green. And that's been true. I think I've been saying it for literally days now or weeks. So just keep that in mind.
I accidentally 10x'd a Home Depot position because I forgot about it.
There you go.
Recently?
It didn't happen very quickly. because I bought Home Depot a long time ago, but I forgot that I had bought like $2,000 at Home Depot, and it did all right
Would you be at
over a
Leaps or
decade.
10x. Go Barbie.
But that's what I say. Like it just moves up. That was a forgotten account. So
Yeah.
the market moves up.
Look, I'm a huge. I know we're day traders here, and I love speculating and making money. Trust me, I do, guys. But I am huge on investing and long-term investing. Like it is so. The way that I see it is like I want to maximize all the money that I make today, right? I put all this time into planning and sitting down and all the hours and hours of research that I put in prior years to try to make money today. So let's say I have a good day. Let's say I make $10,000 today. Cool. I want to maximize that $10,000, right? So I invest it. That's personally how I do it, right? And I think everybody should too. But that 10K, I'm going to make 8% on compounded year over year until I die. I'm going to pass it on probably, and it'll keep growing, hopefully. So invest. That'll be my one spiel for the day. Do it for yourself. Do it for the people around you. Money gives you options. You want to have as many as possible. So
thank you, Forrest.
Yeah,
We're
moving down. We're moving down. Let's see if we get ESPOC 1 hour 59.75. I've been in this short for a while. Look for 21.750. Give me 21.750. Come on, a few more points.
Do you have a resting order?
No, I'm in a trade right
short.
now. I can
actually
log into my broker here. Hold up. Don't look. Nobody look.
Okay, so we did hit the likes, you guys. Great job. So pay attention anytime. The code will drop on the screen for our first giveaway. About 3 minutes left of the first 5-minute candle.
Let me. Is there a way that I can log in without you guys seeing my password?
You can share my screen while Forrest is.
Okay, everyone get ready. The code will be for resets. So get ready. We don't know when the code will drop, but it will be for a free reset.
Dun, dun, dun. Pay attention.
Dun, dun, dun. Barbie, we can just
do the resets work on all the accounts? I don't actually know the
good
answer
question.
to that.
Let me find out. That is a good question.
Because sometimes they work on some of them, and I think we should let chat know.
It works for anything besides sim funded and eval to live accounts.
All right, so any of the sim evals, right? Except for the eval to live. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything besides.
So starter plus.
Starter plus, the experts accounts, the starter accounts. Yeah. Just not the eval to live. All right, guys, get ready. Oh my gosh, we only have 1 minute left. I have to put in my orders.
Till what? Oh, the orb.
Yeah,
for the 5-minute orb.
They front ran my exit, so I got out for like 37 points.
Nice trade.
But yeah, I wanted us to traverse all the way to the other side of this, so I thought we were gonna get VAL. That's fine. So I just marketed out. But
nice. What did you see that made you think to get out of the trade before it hit your take profit?
ES is bouncing off of its VAL. So I always have both of them up, typically side by side. So I've got ES on the 1 hour here, and it started wicking after it traversed this. And so NQ was lagging a little bit, but because ES is the leader, this might still come across, by the way, but so I mentioned, there's a few things in my mind. So I mentioned earlier that this move higher happened before I expected it. I was holding this long since yesterday. Where's my little tool at? Right. So I got in a long down here after we came and swept this overnight and got a little sketchy. Not going to lie to you guys, but then we hit my PT, right? So this is the price target that we marked yesterday. So once this hits, I'm immediately thinking go short, right? So that was my short signal for this morning. But all that being said, this happened faster. I expected this move to happen today after open, but it happened before the open. So right now we're kind of in like a weird, at least according to my plan, maybe somebody else saw it differently, which is fine. The market moved faster than I anticipated, so I don't really know what's going to happen for the next hour or so, which I usually have more intuition about. So we came up, we hit this PT, we came down, we retouched this magnet of the node. So I'm thinking, what's really left for the market to do? Well, it could get rangy or choppy today. It could just continue to grind up, right? I'm thinking about that weekly candle, so we could go for this next level higher. But I don't really have good intuition about the next hour or so, just to be honest. So I'll probably just wait and see, because I don't want to get chopped up. I know if I keep taking more trades, I'll probably get chopped up. And I don't want to get chopped up.
That's what I'm worried about in this range too. That's why I drew the box like this is the no touch zone.
Yeah. So I'm pretty happy. This was good. Money in the bank. I couldn't think of the word I want to use there. And then this, padded my profits a little bit there on that short.
So you get real careful about making sure you take profit when you get to the value area highs and lows then, right?
When I'm in, again, because we're in an uptrend, I don't want to hold shorts is really what's key. So if I was in a long, I could be like, hey guys, I'll come back next week. I'll probably be green, like honestly, like straight up, because we're in an uptrend. Holding shorts though, like you're only good until the low of the day. So I got to ask myself, do I think that this is a possible low of the day? I do actually. So I don't want to hold too close to it or even expect a new low to get put in if this is possibly the low of the day in an uptrend, right? Because we have higher lows. So that's just, it seems pretty simple, but it's easy to forget about when you're watching your P&L or you just want a little bit more juice. It's oh yeah, this thing is going higher. So I should, take my money on shorts and run. So yeah, that's my smorgasbord of thoughts. Good morning here.
Thank you.
I like that. So if the market is bullish, you're a lot more cautious to make sure you get your shorts booked, basically.
That is something that
even if
like
it's
experience.
Even if it's an A setup, or even especially if it's an A setup, actually, because I've been burned on looking for more on a perfect counter trends. It's like a perfect setup, and you're like, wait a second, this thing's actually going to fizzle out because the market's going the other way. It's really simple.
This is a job where we're dealing with our trauma on a regular basis, right?
This is
I'm traumatized by that candle.
This is an actual support group. You guys didn't know. Welcome to the support group channel.
Now that I've been personally traumatized by that candle, here's how I trade from here on out.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I've experienced that where I've caught a sweet trade and then I've gone back in thinking, oh, but I didn't get like all of the move, and then the market reverses, right?
Yeah.
Like, because we're just in and out quick. There's
in theory,
not everyone,
we don't want to get in the way of this stuff, and then oof.
No, exactly. Like even that trade earlier I had today, if I didn't have the TP set, like it would have turned into a loss.
Yeah,
so it looks like
I should have held that, but oh well.
I just got tagged in my excuse me, 5-minute orb.
You know what I was also thinking? Oh, sorry, do your trade, Terry.
Oh no, you're good.
So
tell us.
From a price action perspective.
Oh, the code, you guys, it dropped. Sorry for us. 40 free resets code. Stop, hit 40. Everyone hurry. Let us know if you got it. Our first bounty hit. You guys are awesome. We hit it fast today.
Damn, see, that was a failure on my part. Execution. I should have trusted the trade more. Should have held
the beast player got it. Philip C. Alexandra got it.
How many codes were there? 40?
40.
Got to be faster, folks.
Got to be
40 is
fast.
a good number.
Yeah. What were you saying, Forrest?
This candle So there's a little price action stuff for you. It's not VP related, but it applies. So this is the 1 hour, 8 a.m. candle. And think about every trading day as a story. That's how I think about the markets. You don't have to, but bear with me for a second. There's a story of the day. There are only so many stories that have this prologue, right? You see this set up at this time. There's only so many ways that the day goes. The most likely next candle, with this being an 8 a.m. candle placed here within this range, is going to be some type of stacked candle next to it, right? Mm-hmm. It just makes sense. You're very unlikely going to have a runaway engulfing up, and you're very unlikely to have a runaway engulfing down candle with a doji candle, 2 long wicks at 8 a.m. Just makes sense. So if you watch the lowers, like we were pushing higher, but you can even just on price action, you should anticipate that we're going to retest basically both sides of this candle, which is what we did, right? So got another stacked doji next to it. So that's the other reason to wiggle into a short there.
Thanks, Forrest.
Welcome.
So we can share my screen if you'd like. I'll just show you this trade. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Today would be day 4 if it doesn't work. Ouch. This account
it's because you're on the spot. That's how it always happens to me too. I'll do all this planning and then I get put on the spot, and that's when it's like really testing me.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll see what happens. It's out of my hands. So we get in the trade and we just let it run. Barbie, do you want to share a chart of the day?
Yeah, so.
And you might get tagged in your 15 soon.
Well, yeah, I was about to say I might take a second and I can put the long order on.
Okay, while you're doing that, we can talk about the next bounty. What should we set the next bounty at? We're already at 762.
What do you think, chat? Should we make it on views this time?
Yeah, let's do it on views. Let's switch it up. We have 637 people watching. Should we get it up to 800? Should we do 8? No, that's not ambitious enough. Is that ambitious enough? And we'll do a form drop so everyone will get a chance to win equally. It won't be based on speed.
We know it's hard for some of y'all. So that's why we found another way to help y'all out with that one.
Yes.
What percentage of money do I save, invest, and what amount do you spend? I'll save you on my spending because I'm an entrepreneur. I have no idea how much I spend. It's a lot on my business. But the challenge, if you want to follow me along, I don't know what percentage of my income I invest right now either, to be honest, because I have money going all over the place. But there's another YouTube channel called Your Relationship with Money. It's also my channel. It's very small, where I invest $60 every day. So it's $300 a week, and I just dump it into VOO. It's also where I do a podcast, but the whole point of that channel is just to show people growing an account from zero. So that account I started April of 2024. It's a little over $16,000 right now, I think. I don't know what it is. Let's see. It's a little Robinhood account. So that's doing $1,200 a month. $60 a day is $300 a week. 300 times 4 is $1,200 a month. Yeah, and it's at 16,000. You guys can't see that, but it's at $16,144. So that's how much I'm doing publicly. But privately, I've been, I have my long-term portfolio and things like that. Here's the thing too. The other reason why you should invest, guys, you do the boring stuff, you'll have a pile of money, and then people are going to approach you in life with like, hey, I have this speculative investment. Or maybe you want to fund a trading account with $100,000, right? Because you've been practicing for 2 years. And now you have the capital. So like it literally just gives you options. Like if you want to jump into that pile of money and use it for something less boring, I've done it many times. Like that's what it's there for. So use it.
I like that point though, because I've had I've had that opportunity too. I invest in real estate notes, so construction loans basically. And that's an opportunity that was brought to me by a small group that I just had to network into. And if I hadn't had something available, I wouldn't have been able to join in on that.
Yep.
Barbie, we might both be tagged on the same side of the trade today.
We
That's
might.
cool.
That would be nice.
So
Oh, here,
for the next bounty, we will set it at 800 views. So we're going to shift gears a little bit and focus on the views on this next one. And it will be to drop a form for some free accounts. So everyone will get an equal chance to win one. Excuse me. Make sure you go and share this on all your socials. Let's get those views up to 800. Are you tagged in? Not yet?
I'm tagged in and I'm trying to adjust my orders. I don't have my tool up on the other chart right now. I just realized, so I'm making sure I have these in the right place.
My screen.
No, I have it up. Wait, is it not up? Oh, that's frozen. I see the problem. That chart's frozen. Yeah, if you want to show Terry's while I fix that.
Okay, I'm just going to move this. So about 1-to-1. Is that about 1-to-1? That looks good. This is the candle that we used for the entry point. The order got executed right here. And it's working. Thank goodness. Day 4. It's working, but who knows? It could also not work before it hits TP. What do you guys think in chat? Will it work today?
I hope so.
Because you're in yours too. And we haven't won together.
I'm having a hard time sharing it, but I am in from 21,729.
Let's go. So this is I'm in 4 micros today. T Mao said Terry's stressing me out. I'm sorry. I know I stress myself out, you guys. Every morning. You should see me when I'm not on stream. So I like this because we are trading below this candle. This was that newsprint at 7:30 Central Time.
So we just swept the flag low that was formed 2 o'clock on Tuesday.
Oh.
So, which was like key structure there. So this low here on ES.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see how we react here. But below this is just low value. So the next low is prior day low, obviously 21,641 on NQ. On ES, it's way, way down there. So we'd have I could see us bouncing kind of in no man's land here, maybe around this node. But yeah, first stop, got a little bottom wick right after the sweep of the structure here. So let's see what happens.
So I need to fill all of that space in. See what happens. So we're waiting on my trade to work. Barbie, we're waiting on your trade to work. Forrest, you caught some money this morning already, 37 points. It's a terrific Thursday.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. How are we on the views, gang?
We're getting there.
Getting there?
They're not ready for it yet.
Marching to 800 views for the next form drop, for the next giveaway. We are down about 20 points in NQ, just bouncing around. It wants to go back to unchanged. So with this trade, maybe in the future, I might tweak it. And I like your idea, Barbie, of with your strategy, how you bring the stop loss to break even once you hit 50%.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
that really stops the losses on it. Like, I know it's a stop loss, but I mean, it statistically, when the market does turn around, I found that it was in that little spot, like right after it hits that first halfway point.
Because if I had done that, we would, because now it's going back to break even. So interesting. Yeah. So here, if we had 50% mark would have been here. And then if I had moved the stop loss to break even, we'd be flat.
Well, on mine, this is annoying because it just didn't trigger to move the stop loss. Otherwise, I actually would have been stopped out, but for break even. So we'll just let it work. Yeah. This is the thing. I know we want this to work fast. I always want it to work fast. I want instant money. But when I look at this, sometimes it works fast and sometimes it grinds all day. And, that's part of it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hours. Especially the 15-minute one, it seems like.
Oh, there we go. And I don't know why my thing is being complicated, so it doesn't look as pretty today, but I did get that trade up there. So that's what it looks like right now. Yeah, my chart was just messed up, so it took me a minute, but there we are. And if you want, I'll have to turn this off with my mouse this time, but we can take a look at chart of the day if y'all are ready for that.
Let's see it.
Let's take a look.
So what I was thinking, and I was trading this, we were talking about Peloton the other day, that I keep it in the same basket, but it's not. It shouldn't be. So what I wanted to look at today is Lululemon. Is this, now my other chart's frozen. Wait, no, I see the problem. No, I don't see the problem. Can we go to someone else's? Well, my thing's frozen. My chart's frozen.
We can share mine.
Momentarily. I think I have to redo my chart thing real quick.
Chart's exploding.
Someone
asked. Oh my gosh.
Someone asked about the next bounty. It is set at 800 for views, you guys. So go ahead and share. Help us share this stream to get those views up to 800, and then we will drop the form for a chance to win a free account. Equal chance. The trade now went to about break even in this candle, and now it's back in the green. So thank goodness.
I think I got mine fixed now. My computer's fighting me today, but I should have chart of the day up. It was frozen a minute ago, but there we go. Drum roll. It's Lululemon. So this is the Lululemon hourly. And the reason that I brought this up is we have earnings tonight. That's what I was trolling around for a little bit when I found this. And at first I wasn't even thinking about Lululemon because it seems like some people are kind of over it. Like, it's not trending. There's all kinds of other things that people are publishing online and things these days. But I was also kind of thinking, I think their clientele is rotating out of just the trendy people, and I've seen a lot more men wearing Lululemon and all that sort of thing. So that's what kind of got me thinking about it, because this is a pretty bullish chart. This is the hourly coming into earnings, and hopefully this won't break on me. But I had pulled out the earnings stuff on it. So the price is actually lower compared to the rally that it usually makes before earnings. People are definitely more cautious on it, and I'm sure that's to do with tariffs and all that. And I was looking at the expected move. I don't think it shows on here, but it was around 8%. And the earnings per share is supposed to be kind of low. So I don't know. This one's kind of interesting. I don't know what it's going to do, but there's room for it to retrace this whole move here. And otherwise, it can start going for some new highs. So that was kind of interesting. Of course, with anything else in retail, we're worried about tariffs and just general economics and how sensitive the things could be. And what I noticed when I was looking at the Lulu earnings, and I think this is probably true for a lot of retail. What was I going to say? I totally lost my train of thought there. But, there's definitely bullish momentum on it right now. And if you're a long-term holder, you're up really, really nice. So that's the other thing. There is these other highs from long, long ago. But if you're a long-term investor, you're up pretty nice right now. So I am cautious about seeing some profit taking up here too. You can see we're kind of coming up into resistance on the daily. So that's one to look at. If they get good earnings, there's definitely, room to be making highs up here too, or, coming up onto these highs up here around 415. But the guidance, I think, is what's going to be key on this one. So no matter what happens on earnings, if the guidance is really cautious, I think that's what would drive it down, or if the guidance is really good. But yeah, I think there's kind of a shifting consumer in Lululemon. I think that they're finding more men and more, like, I guess, like normal people, not the trendy suburban soccer moms or whatever. So let me know what you think about Lulu. I'm going to head back over to this one. Check on my trade.
I think that is interesting. I liked how you kind of took like real world observations and then transferred that into like stock market ideas and chart ideas, like noticing
That's what
that, hey,
speculating is.
yeah, that men are wearing Lululemon, driving up sales.
I've just kind of noticed that because my daughters love the basics for there, so we're in there more than we should be, and I've noticed a lot more men in there, and ours just got redone, so I'm probably like noticing the changes that they're making just now, but they have a whole that they've changed the store where a whole like wall of it is men's pants and stuff, and we didn't used to have all that. It used to just be like the men's was a little corner, and now they've got half the store.
Yeah, I've heard they have some of the most comfortable pants for men. Like,
And
and
they have
it just,
so what I've heard is they have different sizes too. So like instead of just like 32, 34, 36, they'll have 33, 35. Like they have
Mhm.
between sizes.
Oh, do they really? I need to shop at Lululemon then.
Apparently.
Let's go to Lulu. So the trade is back in profit. It just keeps bouncing around. It's doing its thing.
Yeah, it's being boring. I like it when they work out fast for a lot of reasons, but we don't always get that.
Yeah, and that's okay. It's probably less stressful if it can just like run without us looking at it.
There is the ES 4-hour trend line as well, lower, that we could trade to.
Oh,
And there's a little node down there right here that we could be coming to. And right now, ES is pushing, NQ is lagging, which if it catches up, NQ would be coming for this low while ES races for this trend line and open low area down here. So we just might get that move today. I will say we did sweep prior day high and this weekly high already. So this is like the less likely scenario, but it's happening right in front of us. So we'll see.
This was, in my opinion, the less fun scenario, but it can still print, so we'll take it.
Yeah, notice the kind of difference in structure here, right? So the prior day low NQ is pretty close, right? Or this open low, right? Where an ES prior day low actually doesn't exist. It's this low back here from Tuesday. Just wanted to point that out. So a little bit different structure there, which is why we have like the divergence. But let's see what happens. Still flat. Probably should have held my short. Had a great entry, but c'est la vie.
C'est la vie. All right, you guys, let's drop the form for a chance to win the 50K Starter Plus account. Let's drop the form. There it is. Everyone go to the form, fill it out, and get a chance to win a free account, to win a free 50K Starter Plus. Speaking of winning, a shout out to Roman Arts. I saw in our chat, Roman Arts, you won an account and you also passed it. Congratulations.
I love that.
Good work.
Getting a free account and then passing it is literally free funding.
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely keep us updated and let us know how it goes. So
free leverage. Yes, you're. I got corrected because we have to be correct. It's leverage.
Leverage. Yes.
Because it may not be a live account. So
yeah, but it's a chance to make money off of good trading. It's I think of it like the sim funded environment. I think of it as kind of like a training program. So we're in the eval stage and it's like, okay, so once you can pass that, and then we go into the sim funded stage where, yes, those orders, it's not hitting the live account. However, we get a chance to actually make money off of good trading, which is huge. So I think of it as like learning to ride a bike, and now the training wheels are on. And then when you get transferred to live, you move to the bike with no training wheels, and you may fall. It happens. And then you go back to the training wheels. That's kind of how I think about it. Yeah, my trade is just kind of bouncing around. So we have our special guest today, Ace of Trades. Do you guys know about Ace of Trades in chat?
We're our Ace fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
W for Ace of Trades. New fans too. You don't have to be.
Let chat type in a W to pre-welcome our guests. Let's go, Ace. Everyone type in W to welcome Ace. All right. Welcome, Ace.
Check, check, check. Mic 1, mic 2.
What's up,
There he
man?
is.
What is up, everyone? How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. How are you?
Beauties. I'm doing well.
I like your studio.
I was about to
Thank
say, I
you
love the
so
background.
There we go. I pulled you guys up on YouTube, not just StreamYard, and we are good on my behalf.
Let's go.
Welcome. So I saw on your X account that you were top 3 on like for a firm of biggest like gains. Tell us more about your trading journey. It sounds like you've had an amazing career so far.
I appreciate that. Yes. I've been in the space for over 10 years, full time now for just over 5. Seen a lot of success trading options. And then obviously with the shift coming over to futures, took a little dabble. And within like the first month of taking it serious, that other prop that you were talking about did release leaderboards. And I'm like, oh, cool. I'm second. Oh, cool. I'm third. And then I'm just like, let's just take a withdrawal because this seems too good to be real right now. And then just from there, just start to dabble away with other props and finally with MFF.
I love that you weren't focused on the money, you were focused on the trades, and it all worked out. We talk about that a lot now. If anyone believes us,
yeah,
you are.
I mean, at the end of the day, like we all preach it, right? As like the 1% is just consistency. And if you're so fixated on that dollar amount, that's ultimately what screws over people's accounts, right? Having that ability to have that money management and that risk management to just not focus so much on the money, but more so on the charts and playing as analytical as possible, the money will follow.
Of being able to stick with the process.
Exactly.
Can you share with us a little bit about your risk management? I know our audience, they're very interested in learning more about risk management.
Yeah. So my risk management, I am very, very heavily into, obviously, just like everyone else, calculating what your R to R is prior to even entering into the trade. One of your top people, and I use this a lot, Jake Ricci, talks about dynamic R all the time. And that's exactly what I do. So as soon as I'm inside of the trade, making sure that my R to R always makes sense no matter where I am gauged, right? So if I am already up, let's just say a 2R, and I'm trying to hit a 3R, I need to make sure I'm moving that stop as high as possible, or I'm taking those profits because now I'm putting on more risk if I just let it go to break even or my original risk, right? So that's kind of my take.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. It's interesting that you bring it up because in my mind, I kind of think of like, let's say you're going for 100 points, but you're already 90 points in profit. So now you're holding on to that trade. And so now your reward is only 10 more points. Is that what you're saying? And then you're risking.
Exactly, yes. Because a lot of people are like, ooh, SLBE, that way it's risk-free. It's like, no, you're risking 90 points of profit now. Right? Because you're no longer at that break-even point. You're not just at an entry point. Now you're at 90 points in profit. You're risking 90 points to make 10 points. Doesn't really make sense.
So interesting. How did you kind of come about that? And I imagine when you first started trading, like that wasn't the way
so
you were
it came very heavily with options, to be honest, especially since we're dealing with the Greeks. Everything is a lot more calculated. It's a lot more premeditated. So we just had to be a lot more analytical, as opposed to futures where it's a lot at the forefront, right? It's a lot easier to calculate. So trading options on the forefront, I'm just like, how can I really make all of this make sense? Because if I'm up 100%, I don't just want to be at SLBE. I want to make sure that I'm securing these gains based off of where my PTs actually are.
Sounds very smart. And we like smart. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, what futures do you primarily trade, Ace? Like index?
I
futures,
only really
gold,
do NQ.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why-
I am just an NQ. I can't say those words, but yeah, I am just strictly
Maybe you can.
NQ.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. Okay.
We've
Just
gotten
trying to
away
keep
with
it PG
a bit
for
on
everyone.
here.
Do
Love
you
it, love it.
have a chart to share at all, Ace?
Yeah, I can share my chart, most definitely. Talk about
Okay.
my strategy and all.
Yes.
Share
We
screen.
would love that.
I saw you're an options trader too. So are you
Yes.
trading? Do you focus on like futures more for scalps and options more for slower trades, or how do you manage both? Well,
For is this working, by the way?
yeah, there we are.
My chart.
Well,
There we go.
There it is.
You're there.
Perfect. Awesome. Yeah, so it kind of just depends on market conditions. So I really gauge off of volatility. If the volatility on contracts itself is way too high, I ignore all that noise. And instead of getting decayed on, I want to make sure that I'm switching over to futures where I don't have to take all of those factors into consideration, try to beat the contracts as opposed to beating the chart, right? I'd much rather trade the chart as opposed to trade the contract. That doesn't really make sense in my behalf, unless I'm using the IV to my advantage, which is a whole nother topic.
Yeah. I like that.
And
I
how
think it's
about
good to balance.
yourselves, guys?
I've tried to explain that a little bit to people because I like trading both, and I've tried to say that sometimes futures are are the best thing for the trade, but sometimes options are. But especially,
Right,
I kind of
exactly.
pace myself. Like if I'm going to hold it overnight, obviously that's going to be an options trade. But
They're just
I
very
do think
different.
about the
I mean,
pacing.
they're even the risk, like they're just very different. You have to understand both products, right? Like options, if you long options, and you have fixed risk. If you short options, then you have infinite risk,
Yeah.
right? And then
Unless it's a spread.
yeah, so it's you just need to understand what the actual like risk like on any individual trade is, based off the product and things like that. But yeah, I've been trading equity options for a long time as well. I started as an
Nice.
option scalper.
I feel like that's where a lot of us started. I mean, I went through the whole journey. So I started off in high school over 12 years ago in Forex. And
Ooh,
then,
wow.
yeah, made
So you've recovered.
decent coin for a high school person. And then from there, just was buying the underlying, buying some Qs, some SPY, some ETFs here and there, just trying to build my portfolio. And funny story enough, some guy in one of my lectures in class was making like $20,000. And I look at his screen and it just said NQ. So I graduated in financial services. And this guy would just not focus to the prof at all. He was probably thinking in the back of his head, I'm making more than you, sir. Like, I don't need to listen to you. But looking at his screen every single day, I was really envious. I'm like, okay, he's making a lot of money, but I want to know the processes. So I took the time. I saw what exactly he was learning. And from there, it was just beauty. So shout out to that guy for getting me to where I'm
Shout out,
today.
guy.
Shout out to
Shout
that
out,
guy.
Whoever you are.
Whoever
Good
you
job,
are,
guy.
thank you so much for making money because now I'm right alongside with you.
So when you're looking at this chart, what are you kind of thinking?
For sure. So a lot of my strategy revolves around volumetrics. I saw whoever was sharing screen last had a lot of session volume profiles all across the screen. And that's very, very similar to what I do. So I'll look at the value areas for the previous month, previous day, the current day, and then gauge exactly where my deviations want to sit based off of that price action. So you'll see on my screen given levels such as our value areas, previous day, and then obviously our point of controls, right? At the end of the day, all the chart is telling us is this is economics 101. This is supply and demand. Therefore, I want to know exactly where does my demand lay and where does my supply lay? Where are the buyers and sellers at the very rudimentary point of this, right? Once we can gauge that, we know exactly who has control and then what levels we could potentially see bounces off of. And so that's my larger scope when we're looking at a more macro sense. When we're looking at a more micro sense, especially trading futures, we want to be in that move as quick as possible, time it a little bit better than an option. That way, next thing you know, especially with volatility, We don't just enter and next thing you know, it's like, oh, cool, we're down 50 points and there's my DLL for today. So off of that, we'll use intertwined orb. So orb 15 has gained a massive traction over the past few months. But I do it a little bit differently, and I trade the deviations of orb. So you'll see on my screen as well, we have our 0, we have our 1 right here. And then from there, I don't just trade the deviations, but I'll throw a fib based off that 15-minute orb as well. And so you'll see right here, where we currently bounce and where we're lying inside is actually our golden zone, which makes perfect sense because now we've deviated away from our 15-minute orb, and now we're just sitting inside of that golden zone of that first sigma. So that first deviation of our 15-minute orb. That was really long-winded. I'm so sorry.
No, it's good. We love this stuff. So when you say, is this like a mean reversion strategy off the orb?
Yes, exactly.
That's
exactly
super interesting. I don't think I've ever met anyone that trades
I like that
mean
a lot,
reversion off of 15.
That's one of the things when I was looking in my back testing is when it's a good resistance level, it's a really good resistance level.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like right now I'm on a 3-minute, but if we were to go into a little bit higher of a time frame, the picture itself, my my indicator removes the deviations once we're back inside of the 15, but you guys can see exactly where we pop off of, where we hold. So as we know, for anyone who trades fibs, right, the biggest reversal points is going to be for a continuation, our 382, and then for a full move is going to be our 618, right, that golden ratio. We pop right into that 382 and obviously sucked up. We're trying to look for a continuation, testing that ORL, and then we're trying to see exactly what levels align. So exactly what I said prior, in a more macro sense, what levels are going to align with this intraday session, right? So having our monthly POC and our weekly POC sitting right here. Obviously, it's the beginning of June, so this is only 5 days of information, but 5 days of information is sometimes enough to give you what's at the forefront.
Very interesting. The supply and demand economics that you're talking about, kind of the macro approach, informs you, and then you kind of zoom down. So quite a bit of our audience, they're coming from options and starting to trade futures. How did you adjust your trading style and your risk when you first made that switch?
So when I first initially made the switch, I was trading futures more as scalps. To me, that seemed a lot easier. So using the exact same price action strategies and using the same charts, nothing really deviated away from it, right? I trade the same charts that I would from options over to futures. The main focus for me was just the contracts themselves. So yeah, I mean, for me, my main thing has always been keeping it simple, right? That acronym KISS. And from there, it was an easy transition, to be honest. If anything, it's a lot easier to transition from options to futures because now you just eliminated the Greeks, but as opposed to vice versa, where you're going from futures to options. And then you're like, oh, wow, now I have all these factors to consider and I don't know what's going on. I'm here in a 0DT and it's going my direction, but I'm losing premium. So it's a lot easier to go from options to futures, the long-winded answer.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've all been there where we buy an option when we're first learning and then we're like, what the heck? Why?
Yeah. I'm curious if you do this. Do you ever double dip like the same side? Like will you go long futures and then buy calls?
Mm-hmm.
On,
all
like,
the time.
Yeah.
All the time. Yes. And then my brain, being a finance major, I love to just calculate which one has given me the most squeeze for my buck based on how much capital I put in. And in most cases, futures does win, but it's so cool when options does take the upper hand because of that IV push. And next thing you know, you're like, I just made 10 times my return just because of picking up an option versus a future.
Options. Like the percentages don't even look like they're real sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, oh, this is a 1,000% gainer. That can't be real. Like this is not real.
I have a collection of screenshots of those somewhere because it's like, that's not normal.
And
But
then
you can
trade
buy
futures
something
and I
for
see very
$5.
similar.
Yeah, you
Yep,
can buy something for
that's very
$5
true.
and it'll go to 500.
Especially during like the GME, AMC, BlackBerry, and Nokia days, you're just like, this definitely is not real anymore.
What has been your experience with trading with MyFundedFutures? Like, what are your favorite parts of trading with our firm? And what would you like to share with our viewers?
Most definitely. So, trading with MyFundedFutures, at the beginning, I'm not going to lie. Again, I'm a huge person of an advocate of transparency. So, trading with MyFundedFutures at the forefront, I was using the other prop as my main. So I was like, okay, I'm going to baby this one and let's try to just pass all the accounts as possible, leverage every single prop and try to make the most money. Obviously, it's kind of taking me back to the roots of just you are gambling, sir. You're trying to pass everything within one day, getting all the expert accounts. So at the beginning, using MyFunded, it definitely wasn't the most successful for myself. And then you guys came out with the eval to live, which was absolutely phenomenal. I think if anyone wants to see consistency within this space, that's probably the account for you. Whether if it's the 1-step or the 2-step, I think that path in general is phenomenal for the everyday person. Having something where you have to be consistent. There's a certain amount of days for you to actually get to that live account. And then when you're on the actual live account, you have to baby it to keep it alive. It's not just like a regular sim funded where you're like, oh, cool, I'll just pass another one in one day and here I am again. No, now you have to wait the 5 days minimum. Now you have to meet your consistency goals. Now it teaches people how to actually be disciplined and consistent within this space. And you guys have provided just that.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the hardest parts, I think, is learning to be consistent.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's hard to be consistent in an unpredictable market. That's a massive skill.
Yep.
Okay. What do you think about doing a giveaway, Ace?
I love that. Let's definitely do that.
Yeah. What do you guys think, chat? Let's put in a W in chat for Ace.
Give the people what they yearn for.
Who wants it?
Who wants it? Let us know.
Loving the watermelons in chat.
Share that significance with us.
It was just something to be marketable. I'm like, people are not going to necessarily remember a face, but they will remember an emoji per se, right? So I'm just like, oh, cool. Let's associate with one of my favorite fruits, a watermelon. So I just put a face on a watermelon and I put that as my profile picture everywhere. And it just stuck for the past 5-6 years that I've been trading.
That's so cool.
That's cool.
Speaking of that, share with us your socials and your projects that you're working on. I saw your YouTube channel. I just subscribed. Everyone subscribe.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So I am going to be releasing a lot of content on YouTube starting off soon. So thank you so much for the follow on YouTube. And it is just Ace of Trades with 3 S's at the very end on every single platform.
So on X, on Instagram, you're on
X, on Instagram, and then on YouTube as well. Also on Twitch. So those are my main platforms. And in terms of projects, we're doing a cool one right now where my girlfriend is in the medical field. She's in the health field, and she actually wants to learn how to day trade. So I've been slowly teaching the everyday person, just like all of you guys, how to day trade, starting from absolutely ground zero. So if you guys want to see her journey and where she starts off, we just released day 1 on Instagram in terms of a short form content, and then we're going to be releasing the long form content on YouTube soon.
Awesome. That sounds really good. So your girlfriend is
going to be a fun series.
Your girlfriend's learning to trade.
Yes.
How's that going? Have you guys started?
Yes, we did start. So she did start day 1. We have not got into any props just yet, but it's been really, really fun teaching someone who knows absolutely nothing.
The code
from ground zero.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you want to read the code? It just dropped. It's for free 50K expert accounts.
Ooh, we love that.
Do you want to read the code
Read.
out loud?
Let me see.
Oh, I can read it for you. It's Watermelon Man.
Oh, perfect. Amazing. Thank you so much. Watermelon Man, guys.
Yes.
I'm here typing to you guys. I'm like, what's the code? Not good at multitasking, ADHD.
Watermelon Man. I love it.
That is hilarious. I love that. Watermelon Man, guys.
You've had so much success. It's amazing.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So looking back, if you could tell your younger self, what would you say to your younger self that's just learning?
Ooh, it's going to be the most rudimentary thing possible. And you guys have heard it day in and day out. And I'll preach it to every single person, preaching it to the choir. And it is literally the simplest thing possible. And it is follow your plan. Whatever your trade plan is, follow it to a T and do not deviate away from it. I want you guys to think about when you guys got your first job. You guys were given a job description, right? And say if it was to be a teacher, as an example. If your job is to be a teacher, then why would you be doing something like being a surgeon? It doesn't really make sense. So don't deviate away from what your actual job description is. So if your job is to trade your plan, don't deviate away from it, and avoid the overs. So the overs is going to be over leveraging, overconfidence, over analyzing. What am I missing, Rams? Over leveraging, overconfidence, over analyzing,
Oversleeping.
Overeating.
over trading. Yeah, over trading, and one of the biggest ones. But yeah, if you guys do anything of the overs, then the only thing that's over is your accounts at the end of the day, which is something I've always told everyone.
Oh, that's
Nice.
good. Thank you. Avoid the overs.
Right? Because I want everyone to think about it in terms of this, right? You can win 100 trades. You can be on an absolute tear. Guess how many trades it takes to blow a whole account?
Just one.
Takes a single trade, right? So why would you deviate from the plan when you know that one mistake can blow all your progress? Be consistent, be disciplined. You guys have heard it 1,000 times. So there's nothing in terms of a strategy that I can teach you guys where it's like, this is going to get you from $0 to $1 million. No, because it's all internal. If you can't tell yourself, I have to stick to the plan, then you're going to lose regardless of the fact. It's all based off of, can I be consistent? Can I be disciplined? Because you can flip a coin, and we've all seen the ducks and the cats choosing on Instagram now of whether to go long or short. Because at the end of the day,
chickens do it.
Yeah, we got chickens, we have flipping coins, we have asking a random person at a grocery store. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because no matter what your strategy is, if you don't have your money and risk management intact, unfortunately, it's not going to work out, right? Stick to what you know and do it well.
We get that a lot. Like, give me the one secret. Like, what am I missing? Tell me in one sentence.
That's
what
always
I'm
what it
missing,
is.
why I can't trade. And it's a process. Like, you have to go through it.
And I always tell everyone, your strategy doesn't suck, because it has nothing to do with what you're doing on the chart. It has everything to do with your risk management. I can enter long right now, and as long as my R to R can make sense from a visual standpoint, then it's perfect, right? If I'm doing a 3-to-1, I can lose 3 trades and make it back in 1 trade. But if you're doing the complete opposite, or if you're taking profits early just because you see green, take green, it's not going to add up mathematically. At the end of the day, we're playing statistics.
Or like one really bad day of trading where you go completely off your plan, take one trade that's completely off your plan, or like go all in, and then it just wipes out your whole entire system, all the progress.
You're right. Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. That's very
Of
helpful
course.
advice. What would you say to someone that's struggling with sticking to one plan?
Ooh. What would I say to some? Wow, this is a pretty good move, guys. All the way back to our midline. Sorry, it just caught my eye.
No.
Yeah, yes, just cross the 1
I was
hour
looking for
POT
news
there.
on that. We did have the ECB say that they feel well positioned on rates. So I don't know if it was that.
Love that. I did trade super quick prior to even coming on here, and I'm just like $2,000, lock it in, lock the account, and let's go on to MFF now. So that's why I haven't really been talking about any trades or anything like that. But what would I say to a person who is struggling to stick with their plan?
Mhm.
It's just going to be, number one, time on the charts, right? Back testing, but not only just back testing. I am a huge believer in front testing, making sure that you're doing it in the live markets, whether if it means you're sizing down and only using one micro, right? As long as you are getting your feet wet and understanding exactly what you need to execute on the actual charts. And again, don't look necessarily at the dollar value, play to the charts, right? So if you're trading with one micro, don't just think about it like I only made $10 or I only made $100. Think about it in terms of I executed this perfectly to my plan. From there, begin to scale up. That's what all of us do, right? Especially on these prop firms where it's like, okay, you know what? You can only use 2 minis max. You can only, or you begin to scale up, especially when you're on a live account. It's like, okay, now I have to go to 3, now 4, now 5, so on and so forth.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So don't look at the price, like don't look at the dollar amount, just focus
Exactly.
on the actual process, and then we can scale. It's so easy to just want it all now. I struggle with this for sure. Like I want to see big numbers now. I want
now too. I want to go
everyone.
shopping this afternoon.
Yeah. You know what it is too? It's the fact that we all got our feet wet and we all saw the potential. That's the massive thing, right? We all seen the potential. And I think that's what really got people really into options right away. It's like, wow, I just made 100% on my first trade. Let's replicate this system. I'm going to be a millionaire within a month. This is going to be perfect. Next thing you know, it's just downhill from there, right? So again, rooting back all the way to that consistency and discipline. That's where it's all going to route to.
Would you say you've learned a lot from the mistakes and like hardships that you've experienced from trading? Was that part of your journey, like experiencing losses?
I am probably one of the only people in this space. I did a podcast actually where I talk about, I'm going to get so much hate for this and I'm probably going to get hate for it now. But I've always said trading is easy when you make it easy, right? It's as difficult as you want it to be. But if you're following the trade plan, guess what? All you're doing is it's all objective, right? Mm-hmm. And all you're doing is just clicking buy, clicking sell, and you are just binary. Everything is zeros and ones. And you hear people saying it all the time, like, oh, just be a robot, trade robotically. Obviously, we all have that human aspect to it. But at the end of the day, if you're doing exactly what you need to do based off that trade plan, like we were just talking about, everything just runs so smoothly.
Thank you.
So to me, I've never experienced those hardships. Like for me, it was just like, it sucks to say for a lot of people, but for me, it was almost like immediate success. For me, it was just very, very linear. Right? I didn't have to go through like the 1,000 blown accounts right out the rip, or like blowing $10,000. For me, it was just
I came from options. I didn't have that either, but coming from options, that's not that wasn't an option.
Exactly. Right?
You couldn't blow your account. If you blow your account, you're done. Who wants to be done?
And then you have to reload your account. Okay, you know what? Here's another $1,000. You blow the 1,000. You wait for the next paycheck. You do it all over again.
Well, this is why I think everyone should, even if you're trading props, you should trade your own account. So like, it was so different. Like, and same for Barbie. Like I learned how to trading my own account, and so I never had that same thing of like just churning accounts and like.
Yeah, it's like I've never understood the concept of blowing accounts, because like I'm not going to blow my own money.
Exactly.
Now, I've lost a lot of money, which I've shared before, but that was my own money. There's a difference. So again, made and lost a lot of money at this point.
Because I came into prop firms with already having a futures account, so I was copying to it. It was a little bit different.
Yeah.
That's
why I'm way more boring, but it works. So whatever.
Whatever works at the end of the day.
Yeah. Ace, I'm wondering if maybe your perspective going into trading was different as far as, I know, Barbie, you mentioned that you have a family, kids, so like you were being more conservative when you were first learning, and like why, that probably helped you to keep the accounts.
Money and like losing somebody wasn't that big of a deal, but I've got big responsibilities. I can't do that. So.
Yeah. Did you experience any of that, Ace? Like, okay, like I have to be
So
really
for
smart
me,
about this money.
that's like actually really, really good question. For me, it was the complete opposite as Barbie in that case. Because I was so young when I had first started. So I started off maybe when I was like 22 when I really started to get deep into this. I'm now turning 30 soon, so that's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Welcome to the
It's
But
great.
I'm like,
Trust me. You'll see. It's good.
You'll see. That's your prime.
My back has been hurting for
but-
2 weeks.
20s is not. They're lying because you're
course.
way too self-conscious. You run out of fucks, and then it's great. I'm sorry.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm all out of them. I'll tell you that. You're not wrong.
Yeah, but for me, they taught me in school, they're all like, it's all your risk portfolio should be based off of how old you are and how risk adverse you can actually be mentally, right? So as you are from birth all the way until your 35s, essentially you can be as risky as you can possibly be because you don't have expenses, you don't have a family, you don't have mortgage, cars, or anything really to worry about. So take that risk, take that jump, right? But as soon as you start to have dependents, as soon as you have all of that, then essentially you really need to get that security fund, and then you need to lower your risk. And then obviously as you approach, let's say 65, you're more focused on retirement. So why would you be as risky as you were when you're 65 as you were when you were 20, right? So that's how we learned it in school. It was all based off of where you are in our lifespan. And so for me being a 22-year-old, I'm like, if I fail, I want to fail now. So I'm putting every egg into this basket. And then from there, the compounding was just nuclear, in all honesty.
So cool.
Nice.
Thank you, Ace, for coming on and sharing
Of
all
course.
your
Thank you guys so
wisdom
much.
with us. Thank you. Yes, we hope you come back again. I love your
course.
energy.
And I'm definitely be
Thank
heading
you.
over to follow you everywhere because you're on YouTube and X. Like you're everywhere, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and
You guys are incredible.
thank you. And chat, stay tuned. We are going to do the wheel, our favorite. I'm addicted to the wheel. We're going to do the wheel in the next segment with Ash Trades. So stay tuned and stay with us. We will announce the winners. Thanks, Ace. Have a great day.
Thank you guys so much. You guys too.
On booking the 2000 this morning already. Hey.
Thank you.
Good job. That was fun.
Yeah.
I love the watermelons. That's
I need to
a great
get an
idea.
emotion. Put some trees
Yeah.
in the chat for your boy Ford.
Yeah, I was supposed to say yours is obvious. So just built in.
Hey, Ash.
There he is.
Hey, good morning.
Welcome
How's
back,
everybody
Leo.
doing today?
Doing good. The market's being boring, but we're having fun.
Yeah, Barbie, are you still in your trade? I'm still in
I'm
mine.
still in it. It's underwater right now. It's not too bad, but we'll see. I mean, I was worried about the chop in this area, and we're getting it. So
Yeah, it's just bouncing around. Forrest, congrats on the 37-point win this morning. Good job.
yes.
High five.
Thank you. It was a little more than that, but it was a scalp nonetheless. I should have held it. I will say we had this 4-hour close, high volume. The 6 a.m. 4-hour close is swept prior week high, so we might grind lower very slowly. But we are stacking. We have a D-shaped VP on the day, so it's doing the little rangy thing right now. But
Thanks,
we'll see.
guys.
Amazing.
All right, we will see you, Barbie, tomorrow, and you, Forrest, tomorrow.
All righty. Have fun, y'all.
Bye.
Have a nice day, guys.
We should make up our dance.
Somehow that happens every time.
Yeah. I think you can hear me though. Yeah, so we're going to do the wheel together. Ash, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I got my first experience of it yesterday, and I think I'm addicted already too. We
I
need
know,
another
right?
wheel.
It's fun. I hope we can get the sound effects going. It's like 10 out of 10 with the sound effects, I feel like.
Oh, we got to do one right now. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, I'm going to see if I can make the screen bigger so I won't be able to see chat. Okay, click to spin or press enter. Let's go. I can't
How many
do it.
winners do we get today?
I think we get 10.
Oh, You have to spend a lot of time with the wheel.
I know. Okay, let's go. Yes, we are going to start with 10. Malchafanja. Congrats. Our first one.
Let's see what we got. 9 more.
Zhu. Congrats. Shalom Ben. Congratulations. A free account.
This is for accounts or resets?
A free account. It's
Oh,
actually a free account.
let's go.
Regular space. Congratulations. Billy E? Or Bill, was it Billy or Bill E? My screen was
Bill
small.
E. Yeah.
Bill E.
Bill E.
Congratulations, Bill E. Arim Verma. Congratulations. Oh, I see Bill E in chat. Yay!
There you go, Bill. Congratulations.
It's really fun to, if you stick around and then we get to see you in chat, win too. Bonito Trade. Congratulations.
What do we got? 3 more?
3 more, you think? I haven't been keeping track.
Yeah, I think it's 3 more.
Anat. Congratulations. Hit the heart button and confetti button for the winners, you guys.
Yeah, W and chat for all the winners. We got free accounts today. That's huge.
Shriyansh, congratulations. Last one. Joshua Verkler, congratulations. W for all the winners in chat, you guys. That was fun. It's
Love
my
to see the
favorite.
wheel again.
Yeah, it's my favorite because it gives everyone a chance and you don't have to be super fast to win.
I like how we keep changing it up. How it's like sometimes a surprise, sometimes it's the wheel, sometimes you have to complete an objective. It's like it's a nice change of pace every time.
Yeah, I like that too. It keeps us on our toes, keeps it more exciting. Exactly. Well, I will let you go. Have a great show and I will see you later.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thanks. You too. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, chat? How's everybody doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Another chance to gain some more conviction. Another segment with Ash Trades. We'll get into what we're looking for here shortly. Just want to take a moment to say hi to the community. Welcome everybody to my segment of the show. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Let's see how chat's doing. Throw a 1 in the chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in the chat if you're red on the week. Throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade so far this week. Hello, hello, hello. Good day or good morning, depending on where you're from. Very excited to get back on here with everybody. Another opportunity to gain some more experience. Got to continue to keep working and learning every single opportunity we get. Continuing to keep gathering data. That data is going to provide the conviction that you're looking for. So let's see how chat's doing so far this week. Just wanted to welcome chat to my segment. Take a moment to say hello to the community before we get into any information here. Starting off with some 1s. Love to see that. Oh, a couple more 1s. Looks like majority 1s so far. There's a couple 2s. Some more 1s. Nice. It looks like a majority of people are green this week. A couple more 2s. It does look a little 60-40 though. It looks like some more green than red. Very good job, chat. Very good job. What would you say is the reason why you're green this week? Is there anything that you could look back on the week and look back on your data and say, you know, I clearly see a difference from doing that this week compared to doing this the prior weeks? Is there something that's sticking out to you to show you why, right? Because this is why we collect that data, so that we understand the logic in which we should be operating in. So take a look at your data. Seeing that majority of chat is green, there's got to be a reason why. This is also why journaling is so important, right? If you're journaling, if you're collecting your data day in and day out, you'll be able to analyze those things at another point in time. 5 very green days in a row. Good job, KC Keeper. Congratulations. Following my plan. See, and that's where the conviction is really built, right? When you see progress from you deciding to follow your plan, that's when the conviction is really built. Very good job. Now, the next thing that I have to say is that, if you're green on the week, do you want to ruin any of your hard work, or can you be patient enough to accept what has been built and start your weekend? Right? I understand it's Thursday. I understand that there's still more opportunities out there, but it's a risk management decision. Okay? Are you more interested in keeping the progress you've made, or are you still trying to push the button? Risk management will always be the number one priority. All right, so risk management is going to be the reason why you'll see me remain flat for today's session. For a lot of people that have been working with me for my time of documenting, I don't trade Wednesday to Friday of non-farm payroll week. Okay, non-farm payroll is one of our most volatile news events. That's the reason why I'm saying this is one of those built-in breaks for myself. Okay, so I've talked about having scheduled breaks before. I think it's very important for your mental health, your emotional health, your physical health, and your risk management. So in my Discord, you can see in the pinned messages the days that I don't participate. That'll show you those scheduled breaks that I take. Just a quick little recap of that. Bank holidays, non-farm payroll, CPI, FOMC. Those are the days that are my scheduled breaks. CPI, NFP, FOMC kind of speak for themselves. Those are your largest volatile news events, right? In terms of being a risk manager, I think in terms of risk instead of reward. So when I think about non-farm payroll, the thing that I'm saying to myself is, this is the worst time to get something wrong, right? I'm thinking about the risk, not the reward. Imagine what would happen if you got into a position and then 8:30 tomorrow morning, non-farm payroll release, it completely skips over any orders that you have, right? Because the release is so volatile that it doesn't matter what risk management you have. They will skip right over your orders. I've seen it happen before. So this is what I mean about thinking about the risk instead of the reward. I'm in the position of saying this would be the worst time to get something wrong. For that reason, I don't want to risk non-farm payroll. Right, so just wanted to hop into that conversation because one of the members said that they had a 5-day green streak. Knowing that non-farm payroll tomorrow morning, that's the reason why I would say just call it a week. Accept what has been completed. Be done for the week. Stay green. Being green is more important than reaching for more. Okay. We can get into the analysis too. The analysis is the second portion to why I would say I'm remaining flat, that there will be no positions for me this morning. Let's hop over into it. Let's take a look. So for anybody that's been working with me during my segment, they would have already seen my bias. Okay. In the beginning of the week, we were looking for higher prices. This is the reason why we were looking for higher prices. Price found support at a bullish FVG. For that reason, we were aiming for the swing high as our target. You can see that we completed that weekly objective. So Bias was correct. Beautiful move. Target has been completed. Now, in terms of my game plan and how I operate, right, I've always told you that bias or draw on liquidity is the second most important element. Seeing that the draw on liquidity has been taken for this week, right? This was the weekly objective here. Moving from this imbalance above the swing high. So the weekly objective, the weekly target has been completed. Right, so for that reason, right, if I can't clearly identify a bias or a draw on liquidity, that would be one of the times where you should know not to do anything. To sit on your hands and wait. Patience is truly a virtue. Okay, so now the part that we're at now is waiting to develop another bias. Okay, because again, if you've been working with me, you know that I look at FVGs, swing highs, and swing lows. Those are the locations that help me determine a bias. Now that we're at one of these locations, I need to see what happens here. Right? We had a bullish bias. It went to the target. Now that we're at another location that creates a bias, this swing high, now I need to analyze whether it's a good or bad decision to become bearish. The thing that is going to help me understand whether that's a good or bad decision is what happens at this location. There's only two scenarios that's going to happen at this location. Either price displaces higher, right? We go right through the swing high. We have a huge candle that closes up here. And we create another bullish FVG. Right? If we displace through a swing high, that would show me that price wants to continue higher. Right? So then I would look for this right here. This is the information that I'm looking for to understand the next bias that occurs. We're currently waiting for a daily candle closure to understand that. If we displace through the swing high, then I'll look for continuation. That's the first option. Second option is if this area provides a rejection, right? Resistance, whatever you want to call it. A reversal candle, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter. Right? So if you get a candle that looks like this, right, an upside down candle that has a huge seller's wick, this looks like the swing high is rejecting price. If that's the case, then I would look for a move back internal. You see the difference between the two scenarios? Either we displace through the swing high and I look for continuation, or we get rejected from the swing high and we look for a move back internal. Okay, so I'm explaining the logic to my decision making. You can see that the logic clearly pays considering the bias that just got completed for this week. Right, I keep explaining how I use FVGs and swing highs and swing lows to create a bias. The bullish bias from this week did a phenomenal job going to the target. So that logic clearly paid. Now the position that we're in is waiting to get confirmation for a new bias. And I just explained to you the two different scenarios that would help me decide the next bias. So that's the first thing in regards of analyzing, in regards of creating a bias. The second thing is understanding the news releases and consolidation. Okay, so take a look at these charts. This is clearly consolidating heading into the news, right? We swept out the highs. We swept out the lows. We're taking out both sides of the market, right? Anybody that was short, they got stopped out here. Anybody that was long, they got stopped out here. They're clearing the board. They're clearing the board for tomorrow morning. Okay, so if you can't realize that we're clearly in a consolidation profile, whether you're looking at it through price action or some other kind of logic, right? So the other logic that you can sit here and state is that when London session takes out Asia sessions high and low before New York AM opens, you can look at New York AM as a consolidation profile. Okay, let's take a look. Here you can see Asia session is the blue. Asia is written right behind it. I don't know if you can see it or not. London session is the red. When London session takes out Asia sessions high and low of the session during London, that's when you can consider New York AM to also be a consolidation profile. On top of the logic of understanding that non-farm payroll release is tomorrow morning. Right, so now once you're able to develop logic, that's how you understand how to operate. I'm not saying that you can't trade. I'm not saying what is right or wrong. I'm going over logic to help you view price. Now, for anybody that's been working with me for a while, they should know where the best opportunity lies in a consolidation profile. So let's see if chat knows. In a consolidation profile, where does the best opportunity present itself? Throw it in chat. In a consolidation profile, where does the best opportunity present itself? Amazing job, chat. Amazing job. Almost everybody's getting it. Amazing job. Okay, so you can still trade a consolidation profile. You just have to understand how to correctly identify it, then execute it. Okay, the best opportunity presents itself at the extreme of the range, aiming back to equilibrium of the range. Okay, and I'll show you multiple examples of it here. Okay, so let's take a look. Ready? Here's London session. It's already taken out Asia sessions high and low. Okay, so that's showing you that you can move forward with looking at the extremes of the range, aiming back to equilibrium of the range. And we've done this before on stream, and this is what you would look for. Here are the extremes. So once you get to an extreme, right, then you look to position yourself. It doesn't matter which extreme you're at. What matters is you're positioning yourself at the extremes. Here's the extreme. Here's the extreme. And then you can clearly see equilibrium by throwing premium and discount on the chart. I have to change this. This is deviations. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 more seconds. Oh, I pressed deviations. Okay, here we go. All right, so now you can clearly see the range. You can clearly see where the extremes of the range are. And now you can also see where equilibrium of the range is. Right, so we would be looking at the extremes. This is where we want to position ourselves. And when we position ourselves, then we look to target here. Okay. Here's the first attempt. Okay, it moved too quick that I could even slow down the recording. Look at the extreme here, and look at what it did immediately after the extreme was engaged. It goes right back to equilibrium. Same exact thing. Just because both extremes were taken doesn't mean that we're not any longer in a consolidation profile, right? Now the top of the range has been taken out. Right? So now that the top of the range has been taken out, again, I would aim at equilibrium of the range. There you go again. It goes immediately back to equilibrium of the range. Now you would have a different range, right? Because each side of the range was taken out. And I would be using these as the extremes of the range. Right? So now again, you could just easily throw premium and discount. Oh, why did it do it again? Easily throw premium and discount on here. And I would want to take it from here to here. And it goes ahead and does it again. Okay, so point being is when you can develop clear and concise logic, that's when you should be executing. Because when you can create clear and concise logic, then you know what you're looking for. Instead of just going into the market with no clue at all, trying to find a position. When you can clearly understand how you want to move forward and why you will move forward, that sounds like a better time to be taking a risk than not knowing and not having any decisions made. There's logic that I continue to keep going over with everybody here on the channel that I use to conduct my day trading. I've shown you how I create my bias. I've talked about consolidation profiles. I've talked about my entry method. These are all the things that have gotten me to those payouts, right? We just had a live account payout simply by following these concepts. You can use these concepts in Asia, in London, in New York. It doesn't matter when you use them. It's the logic that you provide to your decision making that makes something higher or lower probability. Okay, so now going back to the entry function, right? So let's take this one step further and say, if we, for the individuals that participate, during New York Open, okay, so if you're a New York Open trader and you've decided that today was a consolidation profile, then you'd be using these two extremes right here because this is right before New York Open, okay? If you're the individual that participates during New York Open, let's take a look. All right, here's New York Open. You'd wait for one of the sides to be engaged. This one got engaged. This one did not. Okay, so since the lows of the range got swept, that's when I would look for a unicorn, right? My entry function, right? And my entry function is a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. And you get that right here. So now in terms of the range, look at the first time that the entry function was confirmed, right? So you get a swing low here, you get a swing high. You get a new swing low, you get a new swing high. Then you finally take out a low. This is the first time you get a stop hunt, right? So the first time that you can consider a breaker block would be if price displaced through here, right? Because again, look at the pattern. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. We do end up getting a breaker block there, right here. These two candles, 953, 954. We do have an FEG aligned with it as well, right here. So anytime after 1005, I would consider a bullish unicorn using the consolidation profile, right? So any one of these are entries in here, all of these, right? So as previously stated, we enter at the beginning of the breaker and a stop goes at the low. Yes, it came very close to taking you out here, but no, it did not go to invalidation. Right? Invalidation would be a stop loss. The stop loss goes at the swing low. It didn't go to the stop loss. So now using a unicorn model with the logic of a consolidation profile, it makes sense to be longing at the extremes of the range, right? The lows of the range have been taken out. It would make sense to look for longs there because we're thinking that price needs to go back to equilibrium of the range. You end up getting an entry function, right? The unicorn model. The entry function provided hundreds of entries here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not going to count the rest. There's like 20 different entries here. And then it goes to 2R, right? We enter at the beginning of the breaker. We put a stop at the low, and we aim for 2R. Now it's a matter of having that mental or emotional intelligence to be able to wait for that 2R, right? Because if you're one of the individuals that raises your stop loss above break even, the moment you become green, you would have been stopped out here at break even, right? Because first entry occurs in here. These are the first entries, all of these. We do a nice job pushing higher. Then it comes back down, right? So if you place your stop loss above break even, that's where you get tagged out at break even. You've heard me state this many times. I'll continue to keep stating it. As a business owner, you have to accept the risk before the risk is taken. As a business owner, you should have a clear and defined edge, a clear and defined execution. You should know exactly how you're executing before you execute. That way it's muscle memory. That way you don't get deterred by any kind of emotional responses. Right? Because the individual that raised their stop loss above break even because they're so scared to hold a position because maybe they're too large of size or they don't have enough experience with the model or they have no conviction because they haven't gained enough experience, they would have been stopped out at break even here, even though price never went to invalidation. In fact, it went to plus 2R before it went to invalidation. This is where you need to have your mind be stronger than your emotions. This is where you need to have your risk management so disciplined that you know you have to hold your winners longer than you hold your losers. And you have to figure out a way to hold those winners longer. This would be one of those ways. By accepting the risk before the risk is taken, by making sure that you're the correct position size to allow that to happen, then having the strength in your mental and emotional intelligence to actually hold this thing to 2R. Okay, because what matters here is that your winners need to be plus 2R, plus 3R, plus 4R, larger than your average losers. And I'll continue to keep showing you guys this. I'm gladly sharing my experience publicly with everybody else. We've gone over this many different times. The small little chart where I do this right here, you have your large wins, your small losses, your large losses, and your small wins, right? We've talked about this many times. You cannot have a large loss. These two cancel each other out. So we have to figure out how you get a large win. All of the logic that I keep providing is how we get to that point. And I've gotten to that point in the live account by taking payouts from doing this stuff. So we can continue to keep going over this logic. I'll gladly continue to keep sharing this with everybody. Now that I've gotten through the analysis, you have to understand that risk management is the #1 priority at all times, right? I've already built in a scheduled break for myself. That's why I did not execute this position. I've already stated that tomorrow's NFP and risk management being the #1 priority, it doesn't matter what's on the chart at that point. I've already decided that I'm not taking that risk. I'd rather stay green. Okay, so that's the rundown from today. The bullish bias from the beginning of the week has been completed. So very good job analyzing the bias. Target has been completed. The weekly objective has been completed. It makes complete sense that we'll go into consolidation heading into that news driver. You can still use consolidation exactly how I just explained through that segment there, right? Look at the extremes of the range, target equilibrium. So you can still take advantage of a consolidation profile if your risk allows it. And this is the logic to understand that today is a consolidation profile. London session took out Asia sessions high and low before New York opened, along with tomorrow being NFP release. Right, anticipation for that release. That sounds like consolidation. Okay, so very good job today. Very good job this week on the bias. We still have another 25 minutes, so if you want to now get into some questions and answers, I can move over to chat. I wanted to make sure that I completed my analysis, shared my logic. That way everybody could get some value before we get over to some questions and answers. So now I'm going to head over to chat. Do me a favor, sub to the channel. That way you can communicate with us here in chat. Chat is sub-only mode, so sub to the channel. Like the video while you're at it. Turn on the notifications. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. We continue to keep going live every single week, providing as much value as we can. Like the video, sub to the channel. I'm heading over to chat. Now we'll do some questions and answers for the last 20 minutes. Feel free to throw any type of question or information regarding anything to do with day trading, whether it's about the model, whether it's about logic, whether it's about risk management, whether it's about emotional or mental intelligence. It could be about anything. Throw a question in chat. We can start to do some questions and answers. Let's take a look. Ash, how long did it take you to turn profitable and how much did you lose in the process? I've lost thousands and thousands of dollars. It took me 4 years to finally get a grip on this. Okay. I went through a very long testing period. I did the whole 9 as a trader. I did the signal groups. I did YouTube. I did, Discords. I did the whole 9. I tried options. I tried crypto. I tried indices. I've tried stocks. I've literally tried quite literally everything at this point. Opening range breakouts, moving averages, reversals, trend lines. I've quite literally tried basically everything. Give me 2 seconds. Let me see if I can refocus the camera. I don't know why that just happened. Give me 2 more seconds. Let me see if I can refocus the camera. Well, I guess I'm fuzzy for the rest of... I don't know what's going on here. Oh, there we go. Sorry for the interruption. It took me about 4 years to become profitable. I, was testing theories, testing ideas, trying to gain results. Tried, failed, tried, failed, tried, failed, tried, failed. Prop firms, options, crypto. In my opinion, you have to go through it's trial by fire, right? You have to try to gain that experience. While you're trying, you have to put the processes in place to allow you to fail. Okay, what I mean by that is your main source of income should cover all of your bills, keep you healthy, make sure that there's food in the fridge. You should never put your own health or your family in jeopardy. Okay, so your main source of income keeps those 2 things safe at all times. Then go work more. Go get a second job. Go work on the weekends. Whenever you're not working your main job, go work another job. Go start a business. Go work a second job. That secondary source of income funds your trading business. And you will be able to trade better because of it. If you know that the money that you're making is supposed to be used for your business, you won't feel as emotionally attached to it than if You just missed your mortgage because you used the money you were supposed to be using for your bills. Okay, so work more, set the processes in place so that you can fail. Understand that there is no timeline. Doesn't matter if it takes 1 week, 1 year, 10 years, 20 years. There is no timeline. Don't compare it to anybody else. Your experience is unique to yourself. Just focus on working hard every single opportunity you get and allow it to happen naturally. Okay? Just continue to keep failing so that you can learn and gain the experience needed, because you gain that muscle memory by experiencing, by going in and taking trades, by feeling what it feels, gaining that conviction through experience. Doesn't matter how long it takes. You're unique to yourself. Took me about 4 years to finally get a grasp of it. Very good question, though. Very good question. We're doing some questions and answers right now for the last 20 minutes of my stream. It doesn't matter what type of question you have. If it's related to trading, I will answer it. Why is your chart not moving? Well, it should. First of all, let me just make sure technically, or maybe that was a joke. You should be able to see my screen. It's on MES. Yeah, it's pretty boring. It's not moving. So hopefully that was like a joke of it being consolidation and not a technical issue on the back end. Yeah, I'm not, tomorrow being non-farm payroll, I would not be surprised by continued consolidation until that news release. So some slow, lethargic price action makes complete sense. And on top of that, the logic that we're currently using is consolidation profile. So where we're at right now is not a place to be engaging, because we engage at the extremes of the range, not the equilibrium of the range. So see how we're just in the middle of the range right now? This is not a place to be dealing, in my opinion. Which days of NFP week do you trade? Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday through Friday is a scheduled break for myself. Ash, do you think not staying with one strat made you spend so much time in trading? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Strategy hopping is extremely bad for your progress. I'm not saying that you shouldn't test multiple strategies. What I am saying is that if you do not collect enough data to know whether a strategy is profitable or not, instead you decide to change it every time something goes wrong, you will be holding yourself back from knowing what actually does and doesn't work. Okay, so when you're testing a strategy, you should have at least a year's worth of data. If you don't collect at least a year's worth of data, you're not going to know whether that strategy is actually profitable long-term or not. If you choose to change your strategy every time you have a loss, you'll never know whether the strategy is actually profitable or not. So yes, strategy hopping is very bad. I'm not saying don't try different strategies. What I am saying is at least do your due diligence in collecting enough data to understand whether a strategy is profitable or not before changing the strategy. Ash, could you talk about when you are doing well in your trading, a good run, should you be careful not to rush and want to earn more or risk more? This happened to me and it has not paid off. Yes. This is the whole fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of it. This is the whole delayed gratification. Okay. So for example, I just started that live account ever since I hopped on the stream here with everybody. The first time I got that live account, $2,500 into profit, I instantly took a withdrawal. So instead of trying to scale because I want larger numbers, instead I took the payout, right? So accepting delayed gratification, accepting the fact that I have to build that up again. So it's a slower road. Instead of compounding and scaling, we'll scale on the second time around. We'll scale on the third time around. There is no rush. That's the thing. The moment that you start rushing, right? The moment that you want to compound and you compound too early, that's when you blow the account, right? Because if I had $2,500 worth of drawdown, because that's the amount of profits that I'm making, if I then chose, hey, let's go in on a 5-contract NQ long, right? I'm instantly oversizing and I'm going to burn that cushion much quicker than if you just stuck to the process. Going back to process is what you need to focus on. Process over profits. Fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of that. Continue to just keep hitting base hits. Base hit, base hit, base hit, base hit, base hit. Have that mentality for the rest of the time. Because the reality of the scenario is, even when you do compound, you should still be doing the same exact thing when you compound, right? Whether you have 1 contract as your size, whether you have 10 contracts as your size, your actions, your execution should still look the same. That's the point. It's muscle memory. So fall in love with the process, allow the results to be a byproduct of that. You're going to have to deal with delayed gratification, and that's usually the issue that everybody has. Everybody wants to make more money, has some kind of need to make more money, and that's what pushes them to do something they should not do. So I'm always a fan of, taking your profits. I took my withdrawal, as you guys saw on Twitter the other day. I posted the withdrawal certificate. If it's not in your bank account, it's not your profits, plain and simple. You have to do everything you can to make sure that your withdrawals are more than your expenses. That means taking your profits and withdrawing it when they become available. If you're the individual that's going to be, trying to shoot for one of the leaderboards, you might find yourself burning that entire account. I've seen people make a large portion of money and then give it back immediately without ever taking profit because they've wanted to scale. I will always be an advocate of taking profits. If it's not in your bank account, it's not yours. Okay. The only way that your withdrawals are more than your expenses is when you withdraw to your bank account. Ash, so I have an issue with over trading. I would have days where I'm up $2,000 of profit, but I would still trade over and over, and I don't know how to control that issue. Do you have discipline in real life? Right? If your why is stronger than your how, then you'll have discipline in any single scenario. So what is your why, right? Do you have a reason why that is stronger than any kind of emotion, right? For me, I have a family. I need to produce for my family. I pay the bills. So I need to make sure that the bills are paid and there's food in the fridge. That reason why is stronger than any how. There's not going to be an emotional impulse that makes me do something I shouldn't, because my priority in life is family. So the first thing that I think about is I'm withdrawing that money to make sure the mortgage is paid. And there's not going to be any kind of impulsive, intrusive thought that could deter me from that, because that's my priority in life, my family. So I think you should look inward, right? If you don't have discipline yet, then maybe start taking actions to create that discipline. Go to the gym. If you're not going to the gym, I expect you to be going to the gym 3 times a week from here on out. That's a way to work on discipline outside of the chart. If you don't read books, right? I expect you to be reading 10 pages of a book 3 times a week, every single week. Right? There's ways of working on discipline outside of trading. How are your eating habits? Right? Do you eat unhealthy? Do you smoke? Do you drink? Is there unhealthy eating habits that you have? If so, then I would say no more dessert. Throw out all the cookies that are in the cabinet. You're not allowed to have any dessert anymore. Have discipline in executing a healthy eating habit. There's so many ways to work on discipline outside of trading that will correlate to trading. Very good question. I think if you can control that impulsiveness, you'll find a lot of progress in this business. Got to find a way to control the impulsiveness. If it's not working right now, clearly you need to make a change, and your thoughts need to be stronger than your emotions. Hi, Ash. What time periods do you use for Asia and London session? Here they are right here. Asia, this is military time. Okay. This is 8 a.m. to midnight. If you don't know military time, this is 8 a.m. Excuse me. This is 8 p.m. to midnight. Of course, I make a mistake saying that. 8 p.m. to midnight, Asia. 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. in the morning, London. Those are the times that I use for Asia session and London session. Ash, what do you use for the daily time frame set price? I don't have settlement on, if you're referring to this right here. I do not have settlement on. So I think the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? I don't have settlement on. Use settlement as closed on daily interval. I do not have that on. Hopefully I'm understanding the question properly. Hi, Ash. How would you make a bias if the external has been taken out, but there is no internal? If you have no draw on liquidity, then you're dealing with lower probabilities. You should have a draw on liquidity, right? So if the swing high was swept and then there's no FEG to aim at for internal, then simply choose to stay on the sidelines, right? You don't have to have a bias every single day. You do not need to know where price is moving every single second. The only time you should be operating is when you can clearly define it, right? So if a swing high has been swept and there's no FEG to aim at back internal, just don't have a bias. Be neutral and wait until you can clearly understand it. That's when you know when you're dealing with higher probabilities. Very good question, though. What is the single most important mindset shift or habit you had to develop to transition from being an average trader to a consistently profitable one? And how do you internalize that? Okay, the first thing that I have to say about this question is when you become profitable, that does not mean you're consistently profitable. Profitable is not a stage in which once you get to it, it remains that way. Once you become profitable, you can easily turn around and become negative the next day. Okay, so consistently profitable does not mean anything to me. Each day is a new day, and you need to put your undivided attention on one day at a time. Just because you were profitable once does not mean you will be profitable again. That's the first thing. Second thing is most important mindset or habit that I had to develop to even become profitable is patience. Patience is truly a virtue. Understanding that you do not need to take a position every single day. Understanding that the majority of the time you won't be in a position is extremely important. Okay, I came from a sports background, so I was always wanting to get better. I was always looking for ways to work on my business. I always wanted to make progress. So I had the need in the beginning to always be working towards something. So it was hard for me to transition from always looking to make progress compared to being patient and allowing it to happen naturally. So patience is truly a virtue. That is the habit that I would say really made a difference in terms of when I was negative versus when I was profitable. Patience is truly a virtue. Very good question. Ash, if the draw on liquidity is less than 1R, would you still take it? No, the risk should fit the reward. Very good question. No, if you find an entry function and there's equal highs resting right above it, right? Like let's say there's a long. Let's just do this real quick. Let's say we're talking about a long. Here are the equal highs that you're aiming at, right? And here's the long right here. Okay, so let's say the equal highs are what you're aiming at. So this is the target. Here's the breaker right here, FEG aligned with it. So it would look like this. Now look at the risk compared to the reward, right? Stop loss goes at the low. Equal highs is the target. If the risk does not fit the reward, you should not take the position, in my opinion. Your winners need to be bigger than your losers. If you're dealing with this type of risk to reward, it's going to be hard to do that. Right? So just stay away from these type of positions. The risk needs to fit the reward. And in my opinion, that's 1 to 2 risk to reward. Very good question. Very good question. Alrighty, so what an informative session. I just want to take a moment to say thank you for everybody that participated today. It really provides a lot of value every time we go over all these questions, every time we get through all this information. The logic that we provide to our decision making is what creates those probabilities. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you for everybody that's participating here in chat. Some really valuable questions that we're going over today. It's going to really help all the people that are watching. So thank you to chat. I really appreciate it. I just have 1 more minute before my session ends. So I did want to give one more announcement for anybody that wasn't here yesterday. I am going on vacation, so I won't be live streaming next week. Just a quick update on my schedule. I want to make sure everybody's aware. I will be going back to my normal routine once I get back from vacation. I simply just am not going to be live streaming next week, Monday to Friday. I will still be here I will still be available via text. So I'll still be in the Discord, on Twitter, in the YouTube chat. Just know that my schedule is changing a little bit for next week.
Ash, your vacation. Take us with you.
I definitely think a lot of people would like to go where I'm going. It's going to be a beautiful vacation.
Oh, fun. So you'll be gone all week next week on vacay?
Monday to Friday, I will not be live streaming next week.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're doing that. It's so important that we take care of ourselves and take some time off and enjoy life, like outside of trading, even though I know all of us, we are obsessed with trading and we love it. But yeah, it's nice to get away.
Yeah, just even in life in general, whether it's work or business or anything, there's got to be a good work-life balance, family life balance, health life balance. There's got to be balance across the board. That way we can show up energized and ready to focus on our work.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thanks for the show and thanks for the great tips. I see lots of people learned many things from you today. You're awesome.
Absolutely. I appreciate the time and I hope the rest of your day goes well.
Thank you. Bye, Ash. We'll see you soon. And let's welcome Tom. Hey, Tom.
Hey, hello there. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Hey, Terry. Good to see you.
Good
And
to
be
see
here.
you. Terrific Thursday.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. And, I was listening to Ash and all the topics he's covering, like they are awesome, super valuable. And, he always takes my topics actually, because these are exactly the ones that I want to talk about. But he's excellent. I was enjoying it really much.
It sounds like
So-
you guys are vibing.
No, we
Same
are
expertise,
definitely.
experience. Yeah. How's your morning going so far?
Well, so far all is good. It was a real tricky AM session here, but eventually we got through it. But yeah, so far all is good. So nothing to complain about. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will let you take it away. I will be
All right.
popping in with hopefully some giveaways for our fantastic chat and
Nice.
listeners and supporters.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I will just randomly pop in.
All right. Anytime. All right.
Okay, awesome. Bye, Tom. See you soon.
All right. See you soon. Welcome, chat. Hello, everybody. Good to see the familiar names again. I know you guys wanted to see me again. I know, right? That's true. And let's just see what is happening or happened throughout the markets. That was a real crazy session, I must say that, because this was definitely, I mean, this was news, and I'm going to explain what we anticipated and what really happened. Let me just say quickly hello to everybody. Abhishek, hello. Peter, I Can Trade is here. Hello. Clarity, hello. Not Faber, welcome. I see some names from my stream as well. Hello. Camilo, once resets. All right, I think something's going to happen real soon. Zacromancer, hello. Uzi, good to see you. All right, so basically this was a real interesting session. Obviously, we had some news. I mean, the charts definitely wicked up and down. The London session, by the way, as you might know or not, I do stream in London session on my channel and the New York Open as well. So, Yunus, hello. Hey. Brahim, good to see you. So I do stream in London as well, and we had a very exciting session. Just a quick recap. You guys know me. I always come up with the same usual supply zones, order blocks. That's my kind of thing. And now I'm just going to really do a quick recap. And so just letting you guys know that on the 5-minute this morning, there was a really nice zone here. And price beautifully went up there, as you can see. I mean, yeah, let me switch to the 5-minute chart. Sorry, I was still on this 1 minute. Just give me a second. So yeah, right here. It wasn't really a picture perfect one, but these bullish candles created the push. And so shifted market structure a little bit only with the wick. So that I would say maybe 5 points out of 10 for this zone, but still it actually worked out nicely. And we went up to previous day high. Actually, I entered to a, no, I did not. I just wanted to. Yeah, we wanted to take a short here, and then it went higher. There was a liquidity void there, beautifully taken out. But what happened after, that is what really mattered to me, because in the New York session, after the news release, we had a nice push at 9:30 at the market open. It's a 1-minute candle. So right now I'm back to the 1-minute chart. And this is exactly what I love in this. So picture perfect zone. But what happened after that was not really picture perfect. So this zone, bullish push at 9:30 market open, swept liquidity from this area. And then market structure shifted the downside here. Obviously swept the lows, right? It was really tricky. I tried to go long, by the way, to scalp it, stop me out first. And then I gave it a second chance somewhere down here. And obviously some news hit the market. I think it was something with China and with the tariff deals. Talks are, on again between President Trump and President Xi. So I think it was that kind of news that definitely, it wiped me out again. Now, what I did after that, I gave it one more try. So I managed to pull it back up to this zone here. And obviously we've taken it out. So it worked out super awesome once again. And that's why I love this, because I always see the same setups every day, right? So Yeah, George, I'm going to talk about the entries and we're going to get into some examples because yesterday you guys were also asking about it. I just wanted to clear this that today, so far on the 1 minute chart, according to my point of view, this was the only reasonable zone that I could have been used as a target, and I used it as well. But right now, and this is just finishing up with the technicals, as we went through this high, and this is the 15-minute chart. Let me go to the 1 hour and let me look to the left here. I don't really want to look bigger time frames here, especially as we're approaching the lunch hour. And I told you guys this yesterday and before, like, you know, we don't really have that much time throughout the day to hold up for or hold to like a few hundred points here and there. Obviously, NQ can do it, but I would be looking at this level at 22,020. We talked about this level before. I think yesterday or well, maybe. I mean, anyway, throughout the week we were talking about this 22K level. So we have a buy side liquidity at 22,020. I'm not saying that we're going there right now, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, above that there is a 1 hour fair value gap. So I'm just going to call it a buy side liquidity level hashtag, or no hashtag, just put this no hashtags here, 1 hour fair value gap. All right, and that's it. So that's the only possible and reasonable level of liquidity that this could go for. It's like 100 points up there. So let's see. Oh, thank you, Abhishek, for sharing the channel. So yeah, I'm streaming every day, London, from 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, and also the market open if you guys would like to join. We have some good trades over there as well. I mean, not, for example, now, we talked about this yesterday. Usually the 11:30 hour when I'm starting here, which is super awesome, usually the major moves are already done, right? So this was the major move of the AM session. I would anticipate that we are going to see some accumulation here and maybe go for that buy side, or maybe like there is a zone down there as well starting at 795. I'm going to make this more cleaner. So we might just going to go back down. Who knows? But I wouldn't be surprised to see a consolidation throughout the lunch hour. Okay. So we're just sitting on our hands because that's trading too. And, you know, just the usual. Stewards, hello. So about the entries and the targets, usually I try to go for these zones. Now, these zones, I call them supply zone, demand zone, or usually order blocks. If you guys are into, the YouTube channel link, James is up there. Abhishek shared it in the chat. If you scroll up, there's the channel link up there. Oh, thank you so much, Abhishek. So usually that's my target level. Once I spot these levels, that's what I'm looking for. That I'm looking for these levels as possible targets. And once I see price action moving in that direction, all I do is basically using the classic, the super classic ICT entry setup, which is the YouTube 2022 entry model, right? That's it. That's my entry trigger. I'm not saying I'm not used to deviate from that in certain points or ways, but mainly that's what I'm using. Okay, that's right. So you have to put these two things in alignment, because if you don't have your zone as a target, then you can have all kind of entry models. It's not going to help you out. And I just heard Ash talking about strategies, and I think it's quite interesting. And again, he covered the topic. I wanted to talk about strategy hopping. And I was like listening to Ash, like, oh man, this guy. I just wanted to say the same, like strategy hopping. That's a problem, I think, many times. And nothing wrong with trying out different strategies, especially if you're fairly new in trading. But you know, going for a new strategy like every week or every other day, it's not. It's actually the worst thing, the worst mistake that you can do is to change your strategy time to time. Like, you see a great indicator, that's awesome. And by the way, speaking of indicators, sometimes I use indicators. I use exponential moving averages. But that's a different story. Nothing wrong with using indicators, for example. And I think there's a lot of money to be made with a single trend line, or even with just a MACD, because, as I said, at the end of the day, it comes down to risk management, right? But, if you every week just changing your approach, changing your entry model, it's definitely not going to do you any good, because you never know when your entry model is going to have a losing streak or a winning streak. Ash was saying, do backtesting for at least a year. 1000% agree with him. I was talking about this on my channel too. Usually, well, let's see. So I'm streaming like more than 2 years ago, actually. Yeah, more than 2 years ago. End of 22 is when I started. I did so many backtesting and collecting data that I would say minimum is 1 year to collect the data from the daily sessions. And you have to look for a specific setup. Once you have your numbers on one single entry model, then that's what you have to go with, and you just write down exactly those check marks that you're looking for. We're going to talk about German cars too. Don't worry, we'll get to that section. Luke is not here, so we can do whatever we want, right? So again, don't do strategy hopping. It's definitely one of the worst things that can happen to you. Let me just close down the shaders, because that's going to give you a lot of losses. Okay. I started out with support and resistance, but I was always having trouble finding the best spot to put my stop loss there. I mean, to find the stop loss levels. Then I went to supply and demand, and I no matter that I was drawing support resistance levels, supply and demand zones all over the place, but I couldn't really get it. I couldn't really, find the way when to enter. And, when the aha moment came, finally, when those payouts started to roll in, is when finally I, dived into these smart money concepts. And when I learned more about market structure, and here's what I want to say. When I learned more about market structure, finally, when I drawn out the same levels, the same supply and demand zones, that's when I finally started to see, okay, all right, so now I could understand that, okay, the market does this for a reason, and now maybe if it turns around, it should be approaching back to this zone. So the market now dropped down, swept the lows. It seems like it's trying to shift structure, accumulating positions, and so let's just go for it finally. So I went on for the trade here, and of course news came out, but finally we got there. What I want to say is the strategy is whatever strategy you use, you must understand market structure as well. And because I'm speaking smart money terms, I would say the market maker buy and sell models are definitely interesting in this aspect. Market structure is definitely something that you just must understand, that time and price concepts. What is happening when the market opens up? What are those levels that the market is seeking for as terms of liquidity? Once you understand that your levels are going to make more sense. But anyway, backtesting, collecting information and data, that is important. Gustavo, Tom, tell us about your journey as a trader. When did you start? How was the journey? Oh my gosh. Well, Gustavo, this segment here is it's not enough for me to tell you guys. But for some of you who were not here last week, on my first day, I told you guys a brief story in a nutshell. But just to give a bit of an extra idea, oh my gosh, Methodical Man is here. I can't do it, man. Methodical. What did you ask about? Okay, I just asked my dog when to buy or sell. He has 70% win rate. Okay, tell Maxi that I have a better win ratio. Okay, can we ban this man? No, don't. Methodical Man is awesome. So basically, the story is that I burned myself to the ground. Totally. I burned myself to the absolute ground in from 2018 until the pandemic, somewhere around 2020. I don't even know when, because everything is so blurry now. I'm trying to forget everything. Kevin, super good question. Oh my God, I need to answer that later. And do you think the non-profitable trader should give up on trading and throw in the towel? Oh my God. We're going to be circling back to my story, but this question is, I think, very important because I get this question on my stream too. Non-profitable trader. First of all, I don't think, I mean, non-profitable trader. It's not that simple to say. Don't say that non-profitable trader. It depends on how long are you be trying to get profitable. Did you recognize what is the biggest problem? Most likely is because over trading and over leveraging, right? And when should give up on trading and throw in the towel? Never. Okay, Kevin? The short answer is never. If you go to my channel or my website, whatever, my main catchphrase or motto is there's no plan B. And Kevin, just listen to this. I'm going to circle back to the story. I burned myself totally to the ground. No money. By 2020, I in about 2 years, I deposited all my savings to a Forex account. No prop firm. Forex account. Lost everything. Multiple $10,000. Multiple 5 figures lost in Forex trading. My savings burned up. I sold my cars to survive throughout the pandemic. So I burned the money also that left from the cars. And also I was working for an insurance company back then, but I was just emotionally burned up totally. And it's not a good feeling when you burn up your savings and you have to sell your cars and you only have like one single like income and that's it. And you have to pay rent, you have to pay your bills, you just lose your the purpose what to go for financially, and then wiped everything clean. And I said, okay, just start all over. And in 2021, at the end of 21, I learned more about prop firms, and I started to learn. I literally took a new notebook and a pen, and I started to learn about smart money, supply and demand, support resistance. I subscribed to a mentorship as well. And I started learning. No money on the table. Wasn't trading. I was just learning. And of course, I did the exact opposite, which I said yesterday, because I had no money to spare on extra prop firm accounts. I was demo trading just to practice some entry models, just to write down some stuff. And then in 22, after 8 or 10 months, finally, I got funded on a CFD prop firm. No names, obviously. Who cares? I got funded after 8 or 10 months. I blew the account in 3 days. 3 days. After 8 or 10 months of struggle, blew the account. It happened 2 times, actually the same way. And then I was still like, I was desperate. I was like, I don't care. I burned all the bridges behind me. Nothing to go back to. I'm not going to. I'm living, in a different town. We have a family house quite far away, and I'm living in a different town. And I said, I'm not going to move back home to the family home. I'm going to stay here I'm going to do whatever it takes to stay here, stand on my own feet, and make a living from trading. I want to do that. And, and here we are, switch to futures. And guess what? The first payout started to roll in at the end of actually 23 September. The first payouts, I joined MyFundedFutures as well. I was struggling for a while here and there. And those payouts slowly started to roll in. And I would say the aha moment when this here, what I was talking about, these supply zone and stuff, when the whole thing clicked together, like the entry, the market structure, the zones that I'm looking for, everything actually clicked last year in 2024, I would say summer, August, September. That's when everything finally clicked together. I can finally say that since last year, July, I've taken payouts every single month. Last month was my best month ever, and this month is already looking very good. Obviously, not making hundreds of thousands of dollars per trade. I'm going to talk about this on my channel if you guys are interested. But that's when everything clicked. Last year, when I understood finally that market structure, understanding market structure, sweeping these levels, I know where my target is. So I always knew that these levels somehow are going to get, these levels sooner or later are going to get broken, touched, mitigated, whatever. I just had to know, like, okay, when should I enter? And so anyway, I just had to find the proper entry for that. But anyway, that's the short story. So Kevin, I would say never give up. If you have, trading is such a good thing, guys, and ladies and gentlemen, of course, ladies first. What clicked? The concepts, I would say the concepts, for example, the zones that I'm showing you guys here. How do these levels getting mitigated, or how can I utilize these zones after backtesting so much? So I know that these zones are going to get destroyed sooner or later. How can I use this information from collecting all that data from the past 2 years? How can I use this information properly? I need to understand market structure. I need to understand more about time and price. And all I needed is an entry model. I mean, I had the entry model, so that's not understanding 2022 entry model from ICT. That's super simple. There's thousands of videos about that. But putting all these, I mean, it's not a lot of concepts actually. But then when you put these together, I finally understood that, okay, that's what I should do, and that's what happened. So Kevin, I'm gonna say if you have some sort of an income as your main job or whatever, keep trading as a side hustle, but don't step away from trading. We should be grateful that we're living in the greatest times of all to be able to work with such a prop firm like MyFundedFutures. Back in my days, when I first encountered trading, it was 2007, but that's another story. Back in the days, it was not that simple. I mean, it's never that simple, but we are technically spoon-fed. If you have the will and the courage and the commitment to do this, and you want to print that money for yourself from the comfort of your home with a single laptop, you can do it. And here's MyFundedFutures, the perfect vehicle to help you achieve your goals. We are spoon-fed. All you have to do is sit down and learn. And Kevin, do whatever you need to do to get by on your days, but don't give up on trading. If anyone is feeling just a little bit of passion for trading and for the markets, if you give up on this, you are actually missing out one of the greatest opportunities of your lifetime. It might be big words. They are actually true. These are actually so true that, trust me on this, giving up on trading because you lost 12K. I'm going to say a bigger number. If you lost 100K, 80K, 50K, everybody has a different number. Giving up on trading, Oscar, I'm super happy for you. Great. So you just can't give up. You can't. This is technical science, everybody. This is technical science. I don't care what everybody says. Oh, it's gambling. That's gambling. No, it's not gambling, man. It's not gambling. There's rules. There's things you need to learn. This is technical science. I want some W's. Come on. I'm speaking from my heart. Please, chat. Do it. Please. All right. So this is technical science. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you so much. Awesome. I just wanted to know if you guys heard what I said. If you guys give up on trading, you are missing out one of the biggest opportunities of your lifetime, man. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. In my country, the average salary, don't worry, I'm not going to go into politics. I'm from Hungary, Europe, okay? The average salary is $900 per month. People here in my country are working 12-hour shifts in the factory in a night shift to take home $900. Guess what? With MyFundedFutures, you can take out $1,200 from the starter account. Boom. Right? I just started a new funded account again with MyFundedFutures. Today I made 400 and I don't know how much, 440 something dollars on it. I'm at over $2,000. I'm gonna recap that account with you guys. Once I realized, and the first payout came in, I was making more money than I was working for an insurance company in 23 as a contractor. And I was making actually, I got a couple of payouts from trading. And, then I said, man, so this, I can do this. If I could done it like as a total, I'm going to say that you can laugh at me or you can say whatever you want. But this guy, oh my God, this guy again. If I could do it as a noob, after making all those mistakes and getting more payouts than people getting as a salary in my country, I say, okay, this is just the first step. We can scale this up. So Kevin, again, because I love that question. Never give up on trading if you feel just a little bit passionate about trading. And if you can't believe it, because you have to believe it, then there's just you can't, if you let go trading, if you're passionate about it, and you still make the decision to let it go, sometime, hopefully 100 years from now, you will look back and maybe from a different place, you will look back and someone asks you, like, above other things, what was the thing that you really missed out from your life? Learn how to trade properly. That's going to be a thing. So don't be like that. This is a lifetime opportunity. Spoon-fed. Everything is in front of us. Okay. I'm sorry I got a little bit emotional, but I really want to give this energy to you guys because I think this is what drives us. This is why we're here. We're here to learn because we want to make money, right? Okay, that's why we're here. So, exactly, Terry Trades. Exactly. Profitable trader. Ask about the profitable traders. I'm not going to mention names, obviously. I don't know who is answering or who's not. I'm not going to name YouTube channels or names here. Ask about the profitable traders who are making hundreds of thousands or more, or maybe just tens of thousands of dollars. It's not about the amount of money, but the fact that they are making consistent profits. Ask them, hey, it's super awesome. Like, it seems so easy, right? You see those Twitter posts like, oh, wow, this guy or gal, oh, he just made $28,000. Wow, So awesome. I can do that. No. That person, I guarantee you, he or she got burned to the ground. We all have somewhat similar story. I would love to hear your stories, everybody's story. I think that would be awesome. So we all shared the same story. You guys, me, I got burned. I think I got burned more than the average, by the way. But we all got burned in a way. And I was... So once those payouts rolled in, the first payouts in 23, I started to, and just I said this to you guys last week too. I'm saying this to those of you who are still looking for the first payouts. If you're looking for the first payouts, or you're just received your first payout, or looking for the second payout, whatever, in prop firm trading or trading as it is, get that money and buy something for you or your family or your spouse or whatever. Go have a good lunch or dinner, or buy some nice clothes, whatever. Buy something. You must feel that you bought something from that money. When MyFundedFutures sends you the money to your account, and you have the message like, you got paid. You know what to do. You go out and buy some nice dinner with that money. Okay, it's going to help. Pro tip here. Pro tip, really, buy something. That's going to rewire your brain. Just saying, that is going to rewire. Absolutely positive thinking. Trust me, it's going to help you to be more consistent. It's going to help you build up your discipline because, okay, I'm going to talk about the because. So, and I forgot the third reason anyway. So, you guys, you need to buy something. For example, when I had my first payouts, my first payout ever was $800. I'm not going to say the name from where. $800. Okay. What I did, and I was still broke in a way. So I was financially still broke. You know what I did? I took my girlfriend. We went up to Budapest, and we had a nice dinner. Actually, that's what we did. I could have put that $800 to like every single dollar to a better place. I said, I don't care. We're just gonna go up to the city and have some fun, So let's order some nice, nice food, a nice dinner, and it felt so good, It was so awesome, and it was that feeling registers in your brain. You're gonna be much more motivated. So yeah. Oh my God. Embrace those feelings. That's what you need to do. Not the strip club, but anyway. But embrace those feelings. Let me scroll to the chat. Or up here. Do I have some questions? Absolutely. It's my pleasure to share it. It's my pleasure to share it. No filter today. And Luke is not here. So anyway, and that's why I'm saying I think I am actually grateful. I used to do and just touching the topic of the daily routines. When I get up, I go take a walk, whatever, and I always find a way to sit down for a few minutes. It might be. I think I look kind of weird when I just sit down on the couch and I just drink my coffee and I just look forward and I'm just thinking and I'm thinking, and you know what I'm thinking? I'm just actually being grateful. I'm just being grateful. Small things, small things like, my gosh, I'm grateful. The other day there was a guy here in my apartment. He was cleaning the AC. And he's working a lot, and I know him since a few years, and is a nice guy, and actually he was quite surprised because I thought he knows that hey dude, you're working from your home. I said, yeah, I'm working from home. Oh wow, that is awesome. Like how is it possible? I said, I mean, I didn't go into the details because it would be it would take a long time to explain. But yeah, I'm working from home. And did you guys really think about that you can work from the comfort of your home if you transition to a full-time trader, if you achieve that consistency? Like, how awesome. I feel so blessed actually that I can do this. Obviously there's a long road ahead. Long road. Oh my gosh. Oh, long road. But that's the beauty of it. That's the awesome thing. And in the trading, like you never stop learning. And you can say that, oh, I learned ICT concepts and I learned this and that, I'm done, I'm finished. No, you're not. you're far away from being done. It's never over. Let me tell you, it's never going to be over. Never. Celestric, why did you start trading? I'm going to tell you real honestly, and you guys can think what you want. I started trading because in my family, I mean, everybody was working 12-hour jobs. When I was a kid, my parents were divorced, and I saw the struggle, how my mother was, she was having, we were always having financial issues. Don't worry, it's a positive story. And then so I saw in my town, I came from a small town, actually from a village, and we were having greenhouses, and we were working on the fields, and it was hard job. And I said I wasn't really motivated on in college as well. Actually, to be honest, I dropped out of college and I went to the military, and I never wanted to do a 9 to 5 job, as you say it in the US. And so why did I start trading? As I said, it was in 2007. 2007, I saw this website that was advertising an expert advisor for MetaTrader 4. And I said, is it really possible? Like, with an expert advisor and the MetaTrader, I can be a millionaire in 2 weeks? Man, I don't have to do anything. Finally. Obviously, it was a huge scam. And but I think that was the time when I got the infection. Not that kind of infection. The bug in my ear, when I hit my head. What we used to say in Hungary, that was the time when I got hit in the head in 2007. I saw on the internet that this expert advisor with MetaTrader can actually make profits from the comfort of your home, from your laptop. It prints you money. Yes, it didn't work, but hey, no crying. Here's a positive story. And so I got hit in the head, and that's why years later, I stepped back into trading. I was always lurking in the background, following the ideas in the trading world, and I kind of wanted to keep myself updated, and that's why I started in 2018 with full porting. Don't worry. Anyway, I was actually amazed. I was 23 years old. I was amazed, like, oh my God, does anybody know about this? I was walking on the street, and I'm telling it to those guys, those of you who are young. Like, I'm 41 years old. I know I look like a baby face, and I'm super handsome. I know. But when I was 23 years old, I started to realize that, okay, my God, do these people really know that this is an opportunity to make money? And for those of you who are still in your 20s or early 20s, you are so much in the best era of civilization before the planet blows up itself. We are just in the best era to trade. As I said, we have everything. We have everything. We have, what else do you want? I guess you want someone to push the button for you and just sit back and relax. It's not going to be that easy. And what we used to say, I heard this from ICT, and I think it's one of the best. It's one of the best phrases about trading. Trading is the hardest way to earn easy money. Let that sink in. Trading is the hardest way to earn easy money. Okay, so it is. All all respect to the doctors. I have a huge respect to the doctors, and there are some professions, of course, the doctors, the police, the military. I was in the military for a few years. I served with the NATO forces in Africa. I can prove it, actually, for a few years. And I have huge respect. And for the teachers, I have great respect for it. And so there's some very good, I think the future depends on the teachers, but that's a different topic. And so, but I think learning trading, and I talked about this the other day in my stream. I think they should be teaching this in college or university, whatever. I mean, they should be teaching this, like technical science, ladies and gents. This is technical science, so they should be teaching this. They should be giving you a degree or something about. I mean, or how do they say it? So this is like heavy things. What I'm saying here. Why is it so underrated? Why is that? When I get the question here, and you might getting the same question in your environment, from your friends, from your neighbor, from your family, from your ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend, who knows? You get the question like, okay, but what you doing? What is this? There was a time when I tried to explain it. There was a time I was like, okay, let's try to explain. I couldn't. They don't understand. They don't. So they're not going to understand. So nowadays, since I realized that I'm just wasting my energy and time trying to explain what I really do. For example, this guy who was fixing the AC. He was asking, what do you do exactly? What is it that you do? Because, you're working from home. The home, that's awesome. What you do? I tried to explain it to him, like, I'm watching these charts, and I'm trading with the proprietary trading firm, and and he was looking at me like I was talking Chinese or something. And you know what he said? He said almost the exact same thing like everybody says, like, oh, so you're gambling. You're a gambler. Not like this, but is it that like you? So basically, you just flip a coin and push the button. I mean, sometimes, yeah. No, like the answer was something. So basically, it's like a video game, or you just or what is it, or what you do? And yeah, that business, methodical man, keep it quiet, okay? The bathwater is a different business, and that's a different story. Only on OnlyFans. Sorry. So that goes in different. Zip it. Okay. Anyway, so anyway, I told him. I just told him, you know what? Yeah, I'm just actually I'm just pushing a button, and it's fine. So it's okay. Anyway, I can't explain it. My family, I try to explain to my family, like to let them understand. So I showed them some charts, like, and they just, I know they try to understand it, but you know what? If it makes money for you, God bless you. Continue. Just do it. Actually, my anyway, let's move on. I don't want to talk about myself too much. I just want to, not here, obviously. We're here at MyFundedFutures, but I want to say there is no trade setup. So before you guys are saying, let's enter a trade, there's no trade to enter. I am definitely not going to enter a trade on this level. And I made 400 something profits on the funded account, I'm not going to give back anything to this market, anything at all, because we're in the lunch hour. Who cares about this trade? I mean, there's no trade. This just so anyway. That's why I'm talking about all this stuff. And so I forgot what I want to say. Oh yeah, all these things that you have here at MyFundedFutures. By the way, I love the dashboard. You guys saw the dashboard, how awesome it is. It's updating real time. You can follow your stats. You can get real-time data, how trades are going for you. You don't necessarily have to journal everything down, because you can look back what happened on your account. And that's why I'm saying we are technically spoon-fed. And so one of the greatest business models, I think, and it's a win-win situation for basically everybody. You get the leverage and the buying power and all the backup you need for trading from MyFundedFutures. All you have to do is learn. That's all you need to do. Learn, get those live accounts. I told you guys the goal. I tried to keep myself on track as much as I can with this funded account. So tomorrow I'm going to do a recap for the week and last week as well. I'm going to keep myself on track with this. I want to get to the live account. So let's compound this, because we could be full porting and go like over leveraging and do crazy stuff. But do you really want that to happen? Do you really want your trading career like that? There's two types of traders, in my opinion, if we can call this trading. Like you can aim for blowing up the accounts, because, and I'm just slowly turning into another topic here. You can aim for blowing up those accounts left and right. And of course, I understand that once in a time you always get some payout, but then we blow it up and we move on to a new account. I think you would treat your personal account differently, right? So the goal here is to have much more respect towards even your evaluation account or your simulated funded account, and especially to your live account. We need to think long term. Like, if you ask yourself, would I do this on my personal cash account? I doubt that you would do the same thing. Let me just scroll up here on the chat and see if there's any question might be related to these topics in the previous one. If you guys want me to answer some questions and I missed your question earlier, just type it in and I try to answer because I think we had very good questions right now. I think you know that I was joking. I know you were. I know, Heath. Come on, man. I know you were joking. I know. I don't know. I mean, the winners. I'm not sure. I think you're gonna get an email, or you send an email to support. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to say something that I'm not sure of. Let me scroll up here. Yeah, Methodical Man. Okay, all right. I'll get back to you on that. Okay. Okay. Oh, Trump is talking again. Okay, then there could be some shaky action going on. How did you discipline yourself? Whew, Shivi, excellent question. I had to, through suffering. I would say the short answer is through suffering. And so by suffering, I mean, I'm kind of a slow learner. And the problem is, there's a saying, we all learn through mistakes, right, Shivi? So we are learning through our mistakes. The problem is, I'm typically that type of person who has to make the same mistake over and over and over again until my brain registers that, okay, maybe this will not be the proper thing to do. for example, entering a trade by chasing it and adding more and more contracts to trade. I was doing that many times, and I got burned myself multiple times, blown up accounts left and right. Discipline, I had to fail quite a few times. I think I would say discipline comes after a certain amount of failure. When it's I think it's even true to sports as well. So if someone is good, I mean, I'm not saying, like, for example, if you're driving a Formula One car, you have to hit the wall like 20 times to finally not hit the wall in the same corner. But I'm just saying, by making the same mistakes and trying to learn from those mistakes, it's a slow progress, I think, for the average trader. I'm definitely somewhere in the average. So I think it's a process, step by step. You make the same mistakes again, and it becomes some kind of a reflex, but like an opposing reflex. Like, you know that you burn yourself a couple of times by doing this and that on your account at the same exact price action, blah, blah, blah. And your brain is going to be like alerting you, like, okay, you know what happened last time and before that and five times before. So just sit back and relax, because it's just not going to work out. So the more I learned from those mistakes, I realized that I wanted to push the button, but my brain somehow, I know you guys are going to say I'm crazy, but like I don't have a second personality or anything, but I'm not hearing voices, but I swear I was having that feeling like, okay, you know what happened last time, and we're just not going to do it. So I didn't do it. And slowly, that's how it this progress took some time. Anyway, that's how it happened with me. So let's see some other questions. Blown account body count. Yeah, I think that's different for everybody. That's different for everyone. Let me see some questions. I think we covered some good topics here, right? I think everybody needed some kind of a spiritual lift here, and I think you guys need to hear these stories, and I think everybody has the same story, right? Everybody has the same story in a certain way, and I'm always happy to share it. And it's not a sad story; it's actually a success story for everybody. And that's why I said, don't give up. If you're into trading, if you're here, if you're sparing time away from family, your spouse, your whatever, if you're sparing time being here at MyFundedFutures, MyFunded TV, and you're sparing time to learn, just don't stop. Obviously, you have to recharge. You have to, enjoy the weekends, or just have to have some free time out. But just don't step away from trading. It's okay to step away for a few days on a losing streak. It happens. But again, my channel has the same motto, and the website too, and everywhere. There's no plan B. No plan B for me. I actually I can literally say I put my life on this, whatever it takes. You guys saw the Avengers. Like, I'm not a huge Avengers fan, but obviously I saw all the movies. And when in the Endgame movie, when Captain America and all the other Avengers, put their fists together, and Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, says, "Whatever it takes." That kind of feeling when he says whatever it takes, I still have goosebumps. I mean, that's what I feel when I think about trading. Whatever it takes. Obviously, not by doing some stupid, crazy things, but whatever it takes. And assemble. Exactly, right? So when it comes to trading, I said whatever it takes. Just like Captain America said. I look in the mirror and I say exactly the same tone, whatever it takes. And if I have to go into a debate with my family, and I was in debate with my family. So that was a point, by the way. I told you guys in 21, I was totally mentally broken, financially broken, mentally broken. 21, 22. That's totally. I never told this even on my personal channel. I'm going to say this here the first time ever. My family actually kind of got me into an intervention. Like I went to visit my my mother. My girlfriend came with me, and my father was there. Imagine, they divorced, and my father was there. True story, I swear to God. And they were there, and they were telling me, because they knew I was totally financially broken by. But that time, I already knew what I wanted to do. My head was already full with information about the markets, and and they sat down with me, and they said, "Son, my father, I love him dearly. He would always support me whatever I do." He said, "Son, we know you're sitting at the computer day and night. We know, but listen, you have to do something. You have to do something because Sabina, my girlfriend, Sabina is telling us you're just desperately doing something. We don't know if you're going to succeed or not, but I think you should, stick out your head to the real world, and you should do something. You should do something, son, because we see that you are." And I told Dad, Mom, don't worry. All is good. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Whatever it takes, it's going to be fine. We're going to do it. And so just continue to do it. And here we are. It's Terry again.
Hey, Tom. Thank you for sharing your inspirational story.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And your dedication. Oh my gosh.
We all are dedicated. You are dedicated. I know you have everybody has somewhat similar story, right? Everybody.
Yeah, I would say the majority of traders that I have talked to and I've read about, not all of them, but the majority of them have experienced some type of significant financial loss on the way up as part of the learning curve, which is why I love trading props and trading with MyFundedFutures, because it's like so much less expensive to learn.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in and listening. We are going to drop a form for your chance to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. So any moment, a form will be dropped. Make sure you fill it out. And then there it is. It is in chat. Make sure you fill that out for a chance to win a free account. We will be giving away 10 free accounts from this single form. So go on and fill it out, you guys. Thanks for viewing, listening, and giving us all of your support and love. It makes the day amazing, and it makes us continue to feel excited.
Yeah, guys, hit the like button, subscribe to MyFundedFutures. Hit the like button, because this channel just needs to grow exponentially. I think there's an awesome community here, guys. Really. So
yes. Exactly. We're building such a positive, encouraging community, and we want all of you to be a part of it.
Exactly.
Well, thanks, Tom. Thanks for sharing all your wisdom today and your chart analysis.
It was my pleasure. It was really my pleasure. I can't wait to come back tomorrow and recap the week. So I really enjoyed it. The chat was awesome. Thank you so much for the questions.
Thanks, Tom. We'll see you soon.
Hello. Bye.
Bye. Let's welcome Matt. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Terry?
How's it going?
Pretty good. I didn't expect you to be here. Where's Luke today?
Surprise.
Your hair is longer, Luke.
He is getting charged up. He often needs to be charged up. He's full of energy, so we have to make sure he's fully charged every time.
Very nice. Very nice. He's like a Tesla robot, right? You just could plug him in.
Exactly. Really, though. Oh my gosh, he works a ton. How's your day going so far?
Oh my God. Today was probably the craziest trading day I've had in a long time. I managed to do okay, but it was a great education for anybody watching me, because it was up, it was down, it was all over the place from pre-market to like now. How about you? How did you do?
Oh, that sounds like an exciting, nail-biting type of day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At some point, I was rolling around on the floor. That's what it was. Literally, I jumped out of my chair.
That's awesome. Did you do it on stream?
Yeah, I kind of did. It was just crazy. I think that it was a great lesson on risk management. I stuck to my guns. I took the trade setups I do every time. A couple of them shook me out, but I still didn't lose my cool. And then I jumped back in and made it happen. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this morning I had 2 losses. My 5-minute ORB didn't work for the 4th day in a row. Tear. It started to work, but I didn't take profit because I let the trade run the way the system is meant to run. So I just got to keep sticking with it. But I did take a discretionary trade at the top there on NQ, and I'm still in a short, so it's good.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah.
So you're still in a short that's winning, and I'm in a long that's winning, and in the middle, we're both winning.
How cool is that? I love that. High five.
Well, kind of winning. I'm $75 in the hole, but I bought this little dip here. But man, it's been one of those days where, no matter how good you are, no matter how much discipline you have, no matter what your style is, Donald Trump is just going to make the market go a weird direction, no matter how good you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yep, exactly. I remember when you were on as a guest a few weeks back, you said you were telling us about the Trump trading era and from before, and how it's like lots of reversals and you just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And it does help to have some of that experience from before.
The wisdom you guys want from this is avoid it. Like, try to avoid as much as you can, because it's just how much, one day they're going to be like, today's news was just, they had a phone call, right? And then we learned a little bit more about the phone call afterwards, but the insiders were already pumping into it. Like, they had a phone call to talk about the meeting they're going to have down the road. It's like a meeting about a meeting. It's not even really good news, And like, he gets on the phone. He's like, yeah, we should have a call sometime, bro. And he's like, yeah, sure thing, bro. Let's have a call. Okay, great call. Can't wait for our call in the future. And then it's basically
and then the market just like shoots up for a few minutes. Yes,
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, I will let you go. Have a great show. I will be popping in to help with a giveaway later. I don't know when.
Ooh, I love those words.
Yes, I know everyone's really excited for our giveaways. Thanks everyone for joining us, and have fun. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Jerry. Guys, check this out. So let me tell you, I've got my P&L on the screen. As you see in the bottom right, I'm balancing like 5 accounts right now. And 4 of them made money and 1 of them's negative. The overall net today that I've raked in close to about $1,000. I think it's like 1,100 total. And then I'm sort of just kind of like taking risk on a second trade. What happened today was insane. I'm talking insane. Some of my setups are really strong here. We call these liquidity pockets. I long them every single time. From here to here is my every single time trade. It's such a high probability buffer to selling. I always long there. The one account that did pretty bad, I always stage my risk out through my multiple prop accounts to make it a little bit easier to manage. I don't ever just dive all in on one account, which is why the first account I got in, I longed here. I actually longed again, and I longed one more time. Each of these 3 things are really solid pivots. My A plus is right here. And my A double plus is right there. My A plus is here. And it just so happened off of that kind of like back and forth. We had today we had some pre-market, right? The jobs data came through. Then we had that kind of like Trump news there, and then more information here, and then Trump stuff here. And no matter what you do, I promise, no matter how good you are, no matter how much discipline you use, you're going to take some licks because the market's just stupid sometimes. There's nothing you can do about it. You just have to learn to basically manage your risk and control your loss. But one of them, I took 3 longs. Like, I built a position inside of here for my A plus trade. But then when it fell 10, I stopped out. And then when we reclaimed this, I jumped back in. And actually, this was about $6,000 in the hole. So I actually jumped in. This account's got so much buffer in it. Like, I that's pretty normal for the amount of account that is. I can lose on the worst days, I might lose 10K. But 3-5K is pretty manageable. Down close to 6, I worked it back to 3 by longing my A plus again, and longing my A plus again, and longing my A plus again 3 times in a row once we got it. It was all this back and forth that we got inside of here. I had this the long from there, long from there, long from there. I took that trade 3 times, and actually, whenever I got that A plus that last time, I had hit it in all 3 of the accounts I hadn't touched yet. So the first one I was fighting with those 2 accounts, and then we hit it again, and I hit it with these other 3. So it was very easy to make some profit on those with that A plus. And the other 2 were just fighting that initial loss. And splitting your risk up makes it very easy to manage an overall trading day because you're not all putting all your eggs in one basket. I still have maneuverability. So kind of helped me out a little bit there. But dude, I was like going crazy today with all the ups and downs and ups and downs. So to walk you through what I did, it was kind of insane. Now I'm taking a trade off of a certain spot here, and I'm putting just a little risk on the table. Not a lot right now, but we'll see if anything comes of it. The original trade today was to bet on the liquidity pocket holding. That's always the bet I make. When markets fall out of this dark gray and touch the light gray, I always long every single time. And my chat calls it my every single time trade because I always take it every single time, no matter what. And I always also take a 1 strike stop or 10 points in S&P futures or 40 points in NASDAQ on it. This particular trade, longing here, stopping there, longing there, it worked. Longing there, stopping there, longing there, it worked. It works more often than not. Under ideal conditions, it works like 9 out of 10 times. It's such a good trade. The back test results are 9 out of 10 times. And today we didn't have the most ideal conditions, but they were still ideal enough. They were pretty decent. So I was assuming 70-80% would be about the probability. So the final long there took a stop. So I'll count it up for you, right? I took a loss. I took a win. I took a loss. Like I stopped twice, but I took a loss on that big candle that came out of nowhere, and I immediately jumped back in right here, and I made a win. Then it dipped again, and I made another win. So it was like just scalping this range was able to pull, a pretty decent trade. But man, that was just nuts. And then when that final candle came out, I just closed everything right there, and I was like, okay, I'm done for the day. I'm going to wait till something better happens. Market just inched up, and we just got this tiny little flush here, and I built a long off of this morning's open. Open is always a really strong pivot in our world. On my liquidity map, we call it the 1A trade. Whenever I'm at the open here, I can always take a pretty decent trade. It's not the best setup, but it's an okay setup. And the R&R on the commitment to this isn't so bad. On NASDAQ, it's roughly like 150 points with the 40-point stops. And the R&R is pretty good for like almost a 4-to-1 if it completes the move, which I'm not really certain that it will. I don't think it's the best long setup, but I'm only hitting it with like a medium small kind of position, just to risking maybe $1,000, $1,200 on this one. That's on this account right here. Let's see if I get anything out of it. That's me for today. Did you guys have fun playing the Donald Trump China roller coaster today? Because that's really what happened. But at the end, like once the cool part was I got in, I got out, I got in, I got out, I got in, I got out. I didn't let the selling or the volatility like shake me. I didn't jump in and try to chase a short. I took the loss. I waited. I got back in at the part I had to get back in on. I was the right position size. I mean, everything was pretty flawless today, other than the fact that I wasn't just easily making money. It was tough, but the execution was good, and it was a good educational experience. A lot of times on stream, sometimes your streamers that you watch might do well a lot. They may go on a winning streak a lot, and it's cool to watch. But what's really neat about watching people trade is like what happens when it hits the fan and things go crazy. What happens when it's up and down and flip-flop? How do they behave? How do they act in the worst case scenario? How do they behave in that roller coaster? Did they flip-flop? Did they go tilt up the accounts? I mean, it's pretty gnarly. My trades, like I said today, were long, long, and long. I built a really solid position that I stopped out. Then I waited. Then it hit my long again. I got a win, and it fell. I longed again. Then I stopped. Then it hit. Then I longed again. Then I won. And then it fell, and then I longed again, and then I won. I mean, just that back and forth was just like really, really, really gnarly. But executing in that particular fashion was really good. Now, this I don't like. Probably isn't that good. I will probably trim a little risk here because I'm losing that key support. And if I'm losing, that means Terry's winning. So I'm very happy that one of the two of us is winning something. But this is just me trying to make a little bit extra on this account that actually has a good opportunity here. But I do have my A plus set up to hit one more time in case it does flush out to there. I did add a position when it longed. I put 2 here, but now I'm going to trim the 1. My actual support from here is right here at this dash line. So I can actually add to it if it falls to there. But for now, I'm going to keep one on the table. I'm not really like, not only too worried about this, but Terry's like, thanks, Matt. That's okay. You know, it's just like, I could just Venmo you the money the same way. You could get it much faster with less of a headache. I'll just send it your way. Well, yeah. Anyway, good job, babe. We're hitting key resistances though in a certain area. This is one of my pivots I always talk about. This has to do with, and again, I'm not extremely confident in this trade, but I'm not bearish either. Not yet.
What would you what would you be looking for to become bearish?
Well, it's hard to say because at the end of a bull market, I don't ever look to be bearish. I look for key levels to break that shouldn't be breaking for the market to be bearish. So an example today, in our world, this is a really good sign. And this will help you out because I know you're shorting. But in this example, we closed yesterday. I'm going to use SPY, and we're going to look at SPY and QQQ together because I'm trading NASDAQ and S&P futures. We closed here yesterday. We opened here today, right? And we have since filled the gap once and twice, and then we went back to open. And now we're trying to support the open to see if it works. This little indicator I have off to the side is an aggregate of what all the stocks in the stock market are doing. And as long as this white line is greater than 0, then the white box inside of here tends to buffer any selling. So what we'll be looking for is this white line to go below 0 to show that the stocks, again, are selling off outside of their redistribution zone, which is the distance between the gap, like where we close and open on stocks. So long story short, white line greater than 0 usually means this way. White line less than 0 means this way. So currently it's okay. There's a little selling, but it's not enough selling to tilt the market lower, which is why I'm taking a bet that we support there. The other thing that you want to look for to be bearish, Terry, is that what we call liquidity pockets, which is a little space on my chart between a bull and bear zone right here. Anytime you lose a liquidity pocket, the market is free falling. So today, if SPY loses 595, you're in a free fall. Like that's basically what it works. Liquidity pockets are really good at buffering selling. Even that big, crazy Donald Trump selling still held through it. There's enough liquidity there to like ward off much minor, not so bad news. And this is just basically where bears and bulls are at most equilibrium for the day. And the A+ setup I usually take is to bet that the liquid markets just buffer that selling and don't crash out.
Okay, so if it does break below that and your indicator is showing, it sounds like basically market internals, like the stocks, if they're selling off.
Either one of them is a sign. Like this,
a sign, yeah.
This is an early warning sign, yeah.
Okay.
What this is actually, yeah, it's the internals of the index. But what actually it is that we have a special way that we look at it. We're looking at just the order imbalances. Like you ever hear at the end of every day, they always talk about share imbalances, right? Like every stock has an imbalance at the end of the day. And basically there's a process that the market makers will take a bunch of orders at the end of the day and they'll fill them all at once at close. And then the residual amount of these orders are called MOC orders. Like big firms submit them and they say, we want to buy like 1 million shares of Apple or something at the close. And then the remainder, the dealer will take that particular trade and take the other side of that trade, right? So that process where you have high volume at open and close is kind of like where there's liquidity in that particular stock. And they have the same process they repeat at the open. So the open and close is just kind of a liquid space. Liquid just means like a lot of volume, right? And so in the middle, what we look for is we look at every stock just in between its gap. Stocks gap up or down. We look at the middle. And if stocks are pushing through the middle this way, our algorithm assumes it's going to fill its gap. If the stocks are pushing this way, the algorithm assumes it's going to fill its gap there. And then we extrapolate how far each of those stocks can move to fill their gaps. And then we recalculate the S&P based on if every stock was to fill its gap at the same time, then we come up with a new value for the S&P and then a new value for SPY. Compared to its actual value, if it's leading or lagging behind that, then this indicator will be positive or negative. So it's very complex, but it's a gap. Yeah.
That's amazing. And it's calculating all of that for you. And it just spits out this nice little chart.
Very good.
Yeah.
So I designed it to be a gap fill predictor just to see if the stocks are filling their gap and the S&P will fill its gap. So
yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you for sharing that piece with me. So if everything does kind of break below all your signs, is that when you would kind of jump into a short, like
I would
almost like,
probably just do what I'm doing right now is if I lose some of my key levels, would just close out on long and wait. I do have my A plus setup buried right underneath here again.
okay.
And I don't know if I like this, but I don't normally jump into a short. I usually only short when there's certain things to short off of. I usually am always kind of like sitting out when markets flush. Like
Okay.
it's starting to lose my key area by that right amount of distance. This is about where my stop is going to be. So I might just pull the plug in a second. But this is also A plus bull support as well. And I'm always at a standstill of should I add to it or should I kind of avoid it?
So interesting.
But I normally would not jump into a short. I usually will just let it fall and find a better target. Like today, I do have my A plus set up there again to do that same trade for like the
Okay.
5th time. But usually when bull markets fall apart, the rare days that they do, I'd rather just be on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Because it's a little irrational and kind of not really my favorite.
So you prefer to trade on the long side then, like, and kind of wait out when it's bear days?
I usually prefer to trade whatever. See, like right here, let me just close that out. And then when I hit this, I'll take that scalp one more time. So I'll hit it one more time in a second.
Oh, I can't wait to see. This is
Well,
exciting.
I can't wait to see your win there.
I know it did win. It closed me out. It was a 200-point risk on each risk $200. I'm sorry, on each contract, and then I had 4 micros.
Oh,
The
that's
big
really
profit
nice.
was also 200 for, so it's $800 win, which is awesome.
Oh,
Makes
very
up
nice.
for the morning. Yeah, thank you.
There are some. So I usually short off of something. I usually like to buy at a discount and sell at a premium. I like to short at a premium as well. If the market's crashing out and I just missed out on some kind of the downside move, I'm absolutely okay with missing out on the downside move. I'm not really too, eager to chase a trend. I'd rather just miss out on it if it's falling. Like here, it's falling. Let me just miss out. I might get a good setup right here, and I can try to maybe take something like that, and we'll see.
That's why
Right?
you're
So
such a
this
good
is my-
trader, Matt. I feel like because you're controlled trader, you're not like just chasing stuff. Erratic trading. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm speaking from experience, guys. Yeah, it'll be awesome to see you hop in a trade if it presents itself, right? Like sitting on your
Yeah.
hands.
This isn't so bad right here. So this, like I said, I'll scalp it from just a little bit lower if I get one more little dip here.
Okay, so are you looking to scalp long then or short?
Yeah, just from here to here. I always play this little setup pretty much every time. So
Okay.
let this fall just a little bit lower. Oh wait, I'm watching Nasdaq. Let me watch S&P. But yeah, this doesn't look too good. But I always like to take this little pocket trade right about 69, right about here. Let me let it overshoot and come back in. $70 is the target. Let me put 1 on it. Just 1. Now, again, I always like this. Usually buffer always creates like a nice little 10-point move pretty often. And I usually like to catch it. I have a 10-point stop on this, so I'll lose 500 if I'm wrong, maybe make 500 if I'm right.
Nice.
So we'll see.
Very like systematic in your process.
Yeah. So wish me luck.
Good luck. Chat, let's put a W in chat to make Matt win. Let's send him good luck. I'll start us off. W. Let's see it. Come on, market. Go, go, go.
And this is like the scarier part because it's almost like, it's almost in that realm of possible falling knife. But I've got to stop right here at the same place I stopped earlier when I took it. But I love trading these pockets. It's one of my favorite scalp setups, even in the worst selling days. It turns out pretty okay most of the time.
Yeah, I like your strategy with the you're trying to buy at good prices instead of buying at really bad prices, like for breakout and then hoping it'll go higher, like the
Right.
chase. And most importantly, you're sticking to your system, like you're
Mhm.
consistent, which I think is such a huge part of it, it seems.
Thank you. Which
Yeah.
also just crashed. Let me load this back up.
Everyone's rooting for this trade, Matt.
It's not the best. It's not the highest confidence I've had in a trade today, but this has been like such a weird day. I
Yeah.
always just wait for opportunities, and if the market crashes out, then it crashes out. Then that's one thing. But
Mhm.
yeah. So let me get everything here. Reload my platform. So this could be a bounce point. I love these pockets. This is my A+ setup. I always grab it. I mean, it's always one of my favorites.
going. Good job, chat. We feel like we participated in the trade, Matt.
So
it's
just
going
a
up.
scalp from here to here is pretty normal what I would like to grab. And while it did, so that's kind of a thing is like maybe like, and again, you see how it's trying to bounce. There's no guarantee that it's going to go. But
Yeah.
the idea that liquidity pocket is going to provide volume, right? You see how there's a volume exhaustion candles right here. That's
Mhm.
just that buffer I talk about. This is all derived from options too, which is kind of a neat little reason for it. Now, it doesn't guarantee that it's going to sell, but you can see that that pressure I talk about is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah.
Counter volumes of the trend. And as you see, there's like slightly green, but I'm not like counting my chickens yet because it might not take off. But I always make the attempt there because it statistically is a really good spot to play from. So we'll see.
And so once you put the trade on, you're just like hands off with it. You don't move, stops, any of that.
This one, no, I don't. I commit to it. So basically I have a stop here and I have a support here. So either it holds or it sells off and I stop out. But even if it sells off and returns, I always try to join this kind of liquid side of the market. See here, now it's like, okay, maybe it's not going to hold.
Yeah.
But the attempt is where I always try to long. So let's see if we can get advancing candles with declining volume is always what I want to see if the stocks are holding in there. But I don't know if it's going to work, but fingers are crossed.
Fingers are crossed. And it's just one trade out of hundreds, thousands of this setup that you take all the time.
Yeah. Statistically, like if I have a setup that works most of the time, I have to take it every time because the stats are good for it. But
yeah, regardless, because we never know ahead of time if the trade's going to work or not. Yeah.
So $500 is my loss point on this one.
Okay.
And if I lose, that's really where my stop is, and I'll just call it.
Yep. What would you say for like traders that have the temptation to try and like get back in immediately?
Know where your setups are and know where your risk is. Like don't try too hard to force a trade. Like wait for opportunities. Like this is maybe it's not going to work, but this was my opportunity, right? And I'm being very patient and I know exactly where I'm going to stop. I know exactly where I'm going to play. I know exactly where I'm going to enter. And I don't overreact. And when the market goes against me, I don't flip flop and try to go the other way. I just learn to get out of the way and then reformulate like where my stop or where I want to play at. That little flush candle there was pretty bad, but it looks like we're still kind of at that spot that I want to be at. I want to reclaim this like 67 level, should be good. But yeah, like don't be so eager to like, go out of your way to force a trade to happen. And I think that a lot of people do. And, like when you were asking me when I would try to take a short, it would have been that I would have thought we would have sold off from there. I like to be more first in the trade rather than ride the momentum. Today's an example of me wanting to be first in this trade, right? This is where we're getting a little bit of a bounce. And while the market was falling, this is that spot I wanted to play at, right? The same thing with shorting. I'd rather try to be first than to be last on the move.
Yeah. And how do people sign up to get this indicator again?
Well, we have our stuff on our website, rocket.place/Matt. And that's my page where all my indicators are in the Rocket Scooter platform. So they're all there.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, I will let you guys see what happens to this trade. I will be cheering from the background and I will pop it in a little bit.
We'll see if it works, chat. Y'all's W's are helping it move. This is the toughie. But I love liquidity pocket trades. People in my chat yell at me. I take them every single time. This is my favorite setups. And key support is good. And if I'm the first one in this trade, then I'll be super happy. But yeah, as markets are falling, it may seem like I'm catching a falling knife, but I'm catching it at a spot where Wall Street is positioned to provide liquidity. That's pretty much one of the things I'm pretty good at finding. No guarantee it's going to play out. Knowing my luck, I'm probably going to lose today, but we'll see, right? We'll see how it works. And double check that there's not any like abnormal news also coming through the pipeline. It's causing any extra scare in the middle of this. And it's just one contract. So, I mean, I'm up and down $500 on this. I'm not too nervous about risking something at a liquidity pocket. It's my favorite trade setup to take. Matt's favorite trade. What's the website again? Oh, here we go. Let me give it to you guys. I'll type it in chat. So all of our tools are here in the platform. I just typed it in the YouTube chat. You need a bigger screen? Oh, you mean like on the MyFunded screen? This is too small. That is one of the hardest parts about watching trading on YouTube, is that the size of the screen may not be as big as you'd like it to be. Come on, let's hang in there. Hang in there. Hang in there. Hang in there. Don't die on us yet, market. Now it's just the waiting game. Let's see if we got like maybe like 5 or 10 more minutes to see if anything comes out of this. It's buffering that selling. We want to watch and see if the stocks are okay. The stock gap indicator is now less than 0. And today we had a really nasty kind of pullback in a lot of the tech stocks. I mean, you had essentially broken key levels in just about all of them. NVIDIA was really bad at the start of the day and then recovered. Microsoft was kind of like okay for the day. Apple, same thing, got bad, recovered. Amazon got bad, recovered. So a lot of the stocks are kind of in the same boat of, you know, what are we going to do today? And I'm not super bearish this market. I've been bullish since April 10th. I've been very bullish. I haven't really switched to bearish much. I've been kind of riding the wave up. And then what I like to do is if I just take a big loss on a bull day when the market flips around, or I take a loss, then that's the day that tells me we're bearish usually too. Instead of me trying to guess at the end of a bull market, I've learned over the years of doing this that if you're guessing when the bull market's going to end, you're going to have a bad time. It's really hard to predict bull irrationality. People that want to be bullish are going to be bullish longer than you think. And at one point, if the market does turn bearish, I'll take my lick and the next day I'll wake up a bear. And I just, again, I never bet that the market's bearish. Well, there are definitely good short setups in the middle of the day. And Terry took a beast of a trade here. I usually am always waiting for a good opportunity to buy a dip until the market flips around. So, but knowing my luck, I'm probably going to lose this trade. I think today's been kind of one of those weird days. No, we'll see. Got resistance from here. So my R&R on this basically now goes to there. My risk is there. The question is, do I want to add to my position once it stabilizes? There's no declining volume. into, I said there's no advancing volume in the declining candles, but with the declining candles and declining volume means the algorithms are picking this up and pricing this lower, tracking the stocks. So this is not a good sign to see red candles without red volume. That's not liquidation. That's more like tracking. So that likely means I'm on the wrong side of the trade. So I might not get this one, guys. I can probably see that from a mile in advance. I don't think this one's going to play out. But that was a good attempt. Unless I get a nice little green rescue candle from here. I take the attempts at the pocket, and then if it doesn't work, I just close out. But statistics are really what I trade with. If something works most of the time, I need to keep stabbing at it. And if I lose this one, just like today, I'll get out, call it. So I'm right near my stop, close to about 60.57 is my stop right here. And I know the moment I stop, it's probably going to rally, but we'll see. I'm risking $500 on this one. Get another green candle here. Come on, baby. Come on, give us that. Give us that love there. This is my about 57. The risk and reward on this one is pretty decent. I mean, it's almost like a 2-to-1 if I can get the full burp from here to here to close out the day. And that's why I just put a little bit of risk on there. I'm not really hitting it too hard with a lot. Tough market day. We have a song that we play on my stream that when we want the market to rally. I don't know if you guys can't hear it because I can't put sound into this, but I have this rally song that I play. And it's just a really awesome AI generated, like, just like 1980s speed metal sounding, 80s metal sounding song that like makes you bang your head. But every time I play it, the market tends to like listen to the song. I tell you, this is a real market strategy. Play the song, market goes up. True story. Hope I hit TP. Yeah, it's been cool. Like this is just, this account right here, the one at the one that's only up 173. That's the one I'm fighting on. I'd like to see this one work, but yeah, liquidity pockets are big. They're my fave. So we'll see. The coolest part about trading is you know, or the least coolest part about trading is the patience that you have to wait for something. Imagine all day after I got out of this and wasn't doing anything, and all day waiting for something to happen so that I can trade it. It's also some skill set you guys are going to have to learn as you're getting better at this. It's just waiting for your opportunities, right? And falling into a spot where I know the market's likely to hold, you know, it might look crazy, right? Like, holy crap, look at all those red candles. And Matt grabbed that dip exactly there, right? I mean, in some cases, you don't want to, you know, you always feel like you don't want to be grabbing a falling knife. That's the rule number one of trading. If the market's falling into a spot where you know there is support, it's not really grabbing a falling knife. The market's just repricing to the next liquid spot. And I usually check the news to make sure there's no news that's pushing the market down lower like this, because the news would give me a reason not to want to take a stab at it, because people will change their mind where liquidity is if the news is changing. But there's no news on this, and the market just kind of fell to support. So I like to be the person to scoop up those trades, and more often than not, they work. And statistically, I take it every single time on my channel. Everyone always kind of like puts the letters EST in chat. So if you guys ever see bear zone, bull zone, you want to hype me up, type EST in chat. I'll know it means every single time. Because and when you play something that's statistics, you need to behave in a certain way where you're taking that bet every single time so that the statistics work out in your favor. Just want to survive long enough, right? That you don't, that the odds work in your favor, right? You can't just choose when you do or don't do it. You have to kind of do it every single time. something like this that has for me, and not investment advice, but I do it every single time. So you guys hype me up by saying that to remind me. I always take the side of the highest probable setups if I can. And now we wait. See how the market's trying to move off of this? There's no guarantee that it will, but the fact is, of all the places I can play at, this was the right place to take the guess at, right? So, and we'll see if Wall Street agrees. I'm still watching our indicators. Things are slightly better here. The idea that this white line on the bottom left here is slightly above zero is actually a good sign. That's a good sign that we do bounce from here. The stocks are not necessarily dying as hard as we want. The stocks are up in here. So that's a decent sign that the index will likely pop. And we'll see if I'm right. Chances are I might not be right, but we'll wait and see. Now you guys get to hang out with me while I play the waiting game. Somebody timed you because you said you full ported your trade. They timed you out. But you were just joking there, right? Yeah. So people have to get used to my So our viewers in our community that comes over here, they meme a lot. They're mostly just goofing off. But you can't piss off the mods though. Timed you out for like 30 minutes. Oh no. Well, they shouldn't time me out for that. But it did sound like you guys are being serious. So here we have to behave a little bit more. It's more professional, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. You sold the kitty. Yeah, yesterday people were like, I mortgaged my house. And people were like, I lost everything. They were just being funny. All right. One shot at this. Come on, Pocket. Hang in there. All right. Entry could have been a little bit better. Why did I get in at 70? 68 is more the support area. Come on, Liquidity Pocket. Hang in there. At least to there would be nice. Come on, baby. My resilience indicator greater than zero. Stocks hanging in there. Stocks are here. Target. So I'm tracking the stocks. This is watching all the stocks in one little gulp on my screen. That's what's pretty cool about that indicator. And the stocks are actually in here somewhere. If this indicator is greater than zero. And it is. And I got the dip. And I'm kind of greenish a little bit. Let's go. $50. Womp. You said you spoke with your attorney since you forwarded the bank's mortgage. Y'all are too funny sometimes. What time does the stream end? At 1:30 Eastern. Rockets in chat. Let's get some rockets in chat. See if I can get my trade. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go, go, go. Liquidity Pockets every single time. I have to take it because the odds are good. I can't wuss out. I took it here. It lost. I took it there at 1. Took it there. It lost. Took it there at 1. Took it there at 1. Took it there again. I always got to play the odds because the odds are good. Stocks here. Ayo. Ayo. Discipline. Halfway to the target. Now, again, flush candle comes out and just ruins our day. Then that would suck. You guys don't forget to hit that like button. I'm certain that I feel that at some point they might be doing a giveaway. I feel like the more you guys help boost the channel, share it with your friends, retweet it all, get people in here, better chance we'll get giveaways. The more giveaways we'll get. Let me actually tweet it as well. You guys, actually, I'll tweet. If you guys are following me on Twitter at Traders Paradise, please give me a follow. I'm always posting these links of stuff, and Feel free to retweet this. All
We're
right.
smashing the like button, I heard.
Smashing the like button.
Awesome. Smash it. Everyone retweet, subscribe. Let's keep growing our community. The more, the merrier. A reminder, it is 20% off starter plus resets and also 20% off resets on the expert accounts. And let's do a giveaway. What do you think, Matt?
I like it. I like it.
Okay. What do you guys think, chat? 1 for yes, you want a giveaway. 2 for you absolutely hate giveaways.
They're the worst. I hate free stuff. I hate it.
Right? Exactly. Oh, I see lots of 1s. Ooh, I saw a 3.
They're indecisive. They like it and hate it. Yeah.
Both at the same time.
1 plus 2
Oh,
is
I
3.
saw a 9999. Yes, let's do a giveaway. Let's do the wheel and pick our free winners. And let's start with 10 free accounts. So each one is for a free starter plus account. It's actually one of my favorite types of accounts is the starter plus. Congratulations, Gig! Woohoo! Hit the confetti button for the winners, you guys. Trader Y, congratulations. Trader Beans, I love your name. Trader Beans, congratulations. Matt, do you want to announce the next 3?
Oh, yeah. I'm just watching my trade take off, by the way.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
W.
JH, you are the next winner. And Marcus NG 4134.
Congratulations.
AM Batia, you're the winner.
Congratulations. BRG, congratulations. I'm losing track. Are we at maybe 7? 3 more. Sabor 666, congratulations. How's your trade looking, Matt?
I'm up. Doing pretty well.
Awesome. Yara 44, congratulations. Sahar Amil, congratulations on your free 50K starter plus account. Let us know. Oh, we have 1 more. Or did we already get it? Last one? Here we go. May Lu, congratulations. Congratulations, you guys. So that is 10 free accounts. We just gave away 10 free chances to make some money. What do you think, Matt? Should we give away some more?
No, never.
No?
Maybe we should. I don't know, chat. Do you think we should give away some more? If I
Type
see
1.
I see like 956 likes. I wonder if we can get 1,000 likes. Or is there 1,000 at least? Maybe there's 1,000?
I think we're already at 1,000. Let's see if we can get it a little higher. Everyone hit the like button. Let's try and get some more freebies, some more free accounts. How's your trade looking, Matt?
Up like $400.
Nice.
Still doing okay. Yeah, the pocket trade here to here. I'm deciding to hold on for longer because I feel like we're going to get a second wave up on this. So I feel like I'm all right. I'll risk losing all of what I've made so far to take the second leg. I'll risk going even.
I do that too. Some traders are like, don't do that. I do that though.
Okay. All right, chat. Throw some rockets in chat. Let's hype up my trade. Let's see if I can get a boost.
Yes.
Rockets are our thing. I'm looking for this area where stocks are. My little indicator is telling me the stocks are okay. That I'm looking for this to be up in here somewhere. I'm looking for this. This is that 57 where my stop was. Let me zoom in and delete all of this. Should be good. I take this liquidity pocket trade every single time. I like taking it. All right, let's change.
The rockets are coming in. Good luck is coming.
See, yeah, I like it. All right. Right, the middle there. That's the first place to take profit. Would be kind of right here in the middle. Nice little bump up there. I like that. How'd I do, guys? Pretty good trade. Hopefully, you guys got to see some discipline. I took the trade, took the loss, got in again, take the win. And this is what it was like all morning, too. I mean, it was just like the same kind of nonsense. Difficult, but, you know, execution-wise, it was pretty clean, minus the fact that it didn't work every time, but whatever.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a kind of a difficult, challenging morning. Just some days are like that, where it's just a lot. And then some days it's like, ooh, simple, breeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you typically trade all day long, or do you typically trade within a certain time frame?
Usually I like to trade as little as possible. I could watch it all day long. I'm usually at my computer all day long, but that's because I run, Rocket Place and Rocket Scooter. So I'm always here. But I'm not always like trying to actively find a trade. I set my targets and my alarms, and then it'll like cue me to come back to it. My favorite time to trade is in the first 2 hours of the day. That's when most of the opportunities come up. And then I usually am forced to be there because of the stream. So I'm always in front of it. But normally if I wasn't streaming, I would just know where I needed to act and I go about my day. And when my alarms go off, I would come back to my computer. Because I try to realize that like the less I do, the better I do. The more I do, the more, the worse you do. It's kind of like less is more philosophy. Yeah.
I like that you use alarms. I've like, so you'll use an alarm to get off the screens too?
Yeah.
Like not just to come on?
Yeah, like I'll basically like today, if the market was just kind of hovering up here, I'd set alarms at my really strong bull pivots. And when market gets close to it, my Thinkorswim will give me a little text and it'll say, oh, you're close to your pivot. And then I'll run to my computer and say, now it's time to maybe jump in on a trade. But I'm not usually just sitting here staring at it all the time because I plan more than I react. And I don't like to, a lot of times if you see the market move around, you might be enticed to like chase something. Market goes up. I could have longed there and got hit hard. Market fell down. I could have shorted there. And the less I'm staring at it, the more discipline I seem to have. So alarms is a good trick to take your eyes off of it and not be baited into bull and bear traps a lot,
Yeah.
Less is better.
I am totally going to start doing that. I've never thought of using alarm to like an actual sound to get me out. It's like, I'll just look at the clock and, if I'm not streaming or not working on content, I typically like to be done trading by like 11 a.m. Central Time. Yeah. Otherwise, it's a lot of afternoon chops sometimes. Sometimes, though, when we get really big moves, it can be massive in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But yeah, I'm with you. The longer I'm in front of the screens, I just get like decision fatigue, more likely to do dumb things.
Yeah. That's the best way to describe it. I like the way you said decision fatigue.
Yeah. It's a real thing.
Your brain is just numb at that point, like.
Yep, exactly. And our ability to sit on our hands and refrain from impulsive decisions, it does go down. Yeah. The more tired we are. Yeah.
You tend to just accept your fate when you're tired and you're just like, whatever, I'll just do it and get over with. You don't really think as much. You're not as good of a risk manager.
Oh gosh. Yeah. I'm terrible when a combination of losing trades plus feeling tired, it equals recipe for disaster, usually for me. Yeah. Like that's
Oh,
when
yeah.
I'm more likely to just go on tilt or risk way more than I was planning on. And
Mm-hmm.
yes. So what are you seeing in the markets right now?
This is the first. So this is what we call a liquidity test. The market was selling and it found that buying buffer right here. And then now the market's deciding if it's bullish or not. So we have basically a support. It's equivalent to about 59.77 on S&P. And on SPY, it's about 596 on this pivot. So normally when the market was bullish, and then this gray area, I call it a bull zone. Usually when you break into an area, it usually retests to see if it needs to stay. And this bull zone area right here is broken into, and now the test is coming. So I decided to risk the profit I've made to hang on to this contract for a leg number 2 of the trade. This is testing if it's bullish or not for the rest of the day. And this is where we'll see if the market is very bullish or not. So I'm holding one more time for that test and then the push to here because the stocks are up there. And this indicator is getting much, much, much better as the stocks are moving higher. And I've got no fear of hanging on to this trade. I'm glad you guys got to see this trade on stream because it was pretty good. I think it was a good execution because pretty easy to see it. It was scary at the moment I jumped in, took some heat on it, but I stuck to my guns and played the odds, and I'm hanging on to it, and it looks like it's pretty good. Yeah, DD ratio is strong. 85% of the stocks are bullish. I mean, it's not really that bad of a setup. So
It's printing. It's printing.
625. Yeah, and I was just gonna make like $1,000 on this one and call it. Because if I go up to 59.89 is kind of my next target to close out this this move here. Be kind of nice. But also this halfway point where it can be an inflection point. It can bounce around a little bit. Sometimes I just take profit early just to sit here and avoid being on it. And I know my segment's over in 9 minutes, but just because I want to celebrate with you guys on the next screen candle, I'm going to close this and take profit so that we can have some W's in chat.
Yes!
I kind of want to go to lunch. I'll go ahead and take the profit. I kind of go to lunch anyways, and I just don't want to sit here anymore. That's better.
No, money in the pocket is always a good thing.
Yeah.
Is it booked? My screen's
booked.
really small. Okay,
Done.
congratulations.
Done.
W in chat, you guys. Type W for the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
What do you think about ending the show on giving away some more accounts? I saw a great job, guys. We got likes up to 1,100.
Wow.
I think people want some more free accounts. Let's do it.
I think people want to like the stream 1,200 times. If I really want to ask their opinion.
1,200. We can do it. There's over 700 people watching live right now. We only need a little over 10%. Hit the like button before we go. Let's do the wheel. Do you want to do the wheel again?
That wheel's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it. I like the sound effect. It's my favorite. I want to do more sound effects. I'm like, where can I go get some sound effects? The Terry version of Jim Cramer.
Bye. Full port.
Yeah, I'll have a button that says full port. Abandoned ship. All right, here we go. Let's roll the wheel. Let's give away 10 accounts. Adam, 50. Congratulations. People, hit the confetti button. Let's celebrate our winners. Mar, congratulations. You just won a 50K starter plus account. Pray, travel, eat, pray. I love your name. Congratulations. Funded 101. Congratulations. Yasin, congratulations. Matt, do you want to announce the next ones?
Sure thing. Rajito. Mixed sounds.
Congratulations. I like these names.
Pradeep Punel.
Congratulations. Last one.
TD Trade One.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I always like some people's, like, when I hear some of the names, I always want to like check out their channel to see if they do something cool. Like, is Mixed Sounds a DJ, a producer? Like, sometimes I'll see the names on my chat. I'm like, I wonder what they do. You know?
Yeah.
Do they have a channel?
That's
or
kind of what I
something?
was thinking, that they must be into music when I saw that name.
Yeah.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Matt. This was really fun to get to hang out with you and watch you trade and give away some accounts together.
Always. Thank you for having me.
Anything delicious for lunch? Potato chips?
That's all I've got. No, I'm going to go eat something real for real, but I've had these chips on my desk. Everyone was making fun of me this morning for eating chips for breakfast. So.
That sounds delicious to me. Thanks, everyone. I hope you guys have a great lunch yourself. And remember, use code YouTube for all your discounts on MyFundedFutures. It's 20% off right now of resets, the Starter Plus, and also the Expert Plan. And also, if you're new to MyFundedFutures as a trader, you do get 50% off with the code YouTube. Thanks, guys. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you guys for coming. We'll